Good evening, everyone. Okay. So today we're continuing the process. So yesterday we finished with the basic colors. We added basic colors on the illustrated parts. We didn't do anything with the background yet, because I want to dabble with that later on. And now we are gonna add stylized shadows to this illustration. Let me see where to start. Maybe from the top. Oh, I forgot to actually put a drawing pad here. Just a sec. Okay. And we are good to go. So let's see. So this is gonna be a western side. So the eastern side. No, this is gonna be eastern side. So the western side is gonna be shaded. I'm just gonna flip it. So what is a stylized shadow? Well, it's something I developed throughout the years of my work. It is a non-realistic shadow that imitates the shadow and creates illusion of a shadow, but also adds that stylized calligraphy look to the art, you know. That I like. This is going to be a long process because we will have to do like this process throughout the entire of the painted parts of the illustration. So it's going to be a long process. Then after we finish with this stylized shadow, we're gonna paint the line art itself. I'm not gonna leave the black line art at all, you know, because these lines are not made actually for line art work. They're all same intensity, same length, not length, but how to say, same brush size. So I will later on paint them with the darkest value of the color of the object they are defining. Hopefully, I'm gonna finish the entire shadowing process, stylized shadow process today. I have a lot of time today, so if my eyes serve me till the end, we're gonna finish this entire part, you know, phase. See the value, -42, yeah, it's okay. Well, this vignette is gonna take a lot, you know, to be finished. It's gonna be a really, really slow process. I made this album like back in, I don't know, 2015, 16 or something, 16, January the 13th, 2016, man. It's already like, I don't know, 7 years and more old. Man, I didn't think about, you know, the entire process back then, but it later I realized that this is actually a perpetual cycle, you know, when you go in the order of songs, song by song. Yeah, it's how to say, a story about creation of the universe and life. That's why it's called like pages of architecture, because architecture is actually some kind of you know, fantasy book of creation or something. Divine book of creation. So it's actually something like a mix of electronic music with bass guitar, with live recorded bass guitar and usual electric guitar with the processor. Back then I wanted to make like organic symbiosis between synthetic electronic sounds and, you know, live instruments. So this one was called Donum Tempore. Okay, we're doing good, we're doing fine. This one should be blue also. Blue, da. Oh, so for this highlight shadow, I'm not actually using any color. I'm just using the brightness filter, which later on I will merge like this. I'll merge these two layers together, and then the unpainted part will disappear, and all that will be implemented are the parts on the painted areas. You know, that's how I create this stylized shadow. You know. Just add a little bit paint here. Here also. Yep. Now let's get back to the shading part. Oh. Oh, I love this. This is my favorite song of the album. It is called Omni Umbra, which means like total eclipse, total darkness. I guess it's the something that comes after the end of the cycle, before the new cycle is has started. It's getting hot.
Nicopolis on the Danube was, it is true, a response to the supplications of the King of Hungary, rather than to his own. But the French Marshal Boucicaut came in answer to his appeals to Constantinople in 1399 with a few troops, though it was little that they achieved. He opposed the union of the churches, partly from genuine religious convictions, which he was open enough to explain in a treatise written for the professors at the Sorbonne, and partly because he knew his subjects too well to believe that they would ever accept it. His advice to his son and successor, John VIII, was to keep up negotiations over union on a friendly basis, but to avoid commitments that might prove impossible to fulfill. When he journeyed westward in search of aid, he chose a moment when the papacy was discredited by the Great Schism, and he made his appeal to lay potentates, hoping thus to escape ecclesiastical pressure. But despite the pleasant impression that he made, his travels brought him no material benefit beyond small sums of money extracted by his hosts from their unenthusiastic subjects, and he had to hurry home in 1402 on the news that the Sultan was marching against Constantinople. His capital was saved before he returned when Timur the Tartar, also known as Tamerlane, attacked the Turkish dominions from the east. But the relief given to Byzantium by Sultan Bayezid's defeat at Ankara could not restore the dying empire. The power of the Ottoman princes was crippled only for a while. Dynastic quarrels kept them from aggression for 2 decades. And when, in 1423, Sultan Murad II marched against Constantinople, he had to raise the siege almost at once because of family intrigues and rumors of rebellion. The intervention of Tamerlane postponed the fall of Constantinople for half a century. But Manuel alone could take little advantage of it. He won back a few towns in Thrace, and he secured the accession of a friendly prince to the Sultanate. Had all the powers of Europe been able at once to make a coalition against the Ottoman Turks, the menace might have been ended. But coalitions cannot be formed without time and goodwill, and both were lacking. The Genoese, fearful for their trade, hastened both to send an embassy to Tamerlane and to provide ships to transport the defeated Turkish soldiers from Asia across to Europe. The Venetians, fearful of being outwitted by the Genoese, instructed their colonial authorities to observe strict neutrality. The papacy, in the throes of the Great Schism, could not give a lead. The lay powers of the West remembered the disaster at Nicopolis, and each of them had distractions nearer at hand. The King of Hungary, believing that the Turks would no longer now threaten him, was plunging into intrigues in Germany, from which he was to emerge as Western Emperor. Constantinople was in no immediate danger. Why should anyone bother about it now? At Constantinople itself there was no such optimism. But in spite of consciousness of danger, the brilliant intellectual life went on. The older generation of scholars was dead. Now, apart from the emperor himself, the leading figure was Joseph Bryennius, headmaster of the Patriarchal Academy and professor at the university. He was the teacher who educated the last remarkable generation of Byzantine scholars. He was well versed in Western as well as in Greek literature, and aided the emperors in introducing Western studies into the university curriculum. He eagerly welcomed Western students. Indeed, Aeneas Silvius Piccolomini, the future Pope Pius II, was to write later that in his youth any Italian with pretensions to scholarship always claimed to have studied at Constantinople. But Bryennius, like Manuel, opposed the union of the churches. He could not accept Roman theology, and he would not abandon Byzantine traditions. An even more remarkable scholar, George Gemistus Plethon, slightly younger than Bryennius, moved during these years from his native Constantinople to take up his residence at Mistra, under the patronage of the most erudite of the emperor's sons, the despot Theodore II of the Morea. There he founded a Platonic academy and wrote a number of books pleading for a reorganization of the state along Platonic lines. Only this, he thought, would revive the Greek world. He offered suggestions on social, economic, and military affairs, few of which were really practicable. In religion he advocated a Platonic cosmology, with a touch of Epicureanism and of Zoroastrianism added. Though nominally orthodox, he had little use for Christianity, and liked to write of God as Zeus. His religious views were never openly published. The manuscript in which he aired them fell, after his death and after the fall of Constantinople, into the hands of his old friend and disputant, the Patriarch Gennadius, who read it with growing fascination and horror, and at the end reluctantly ordered it to be burnt. Only a few fragments remain. Plethon eagerly supported a terminology which showed how greatly the Byzantine world had changed. Hitherto the word Hellene had been used by the Byzantines, except when they applied it to language, to describe a pagan Greek as opposed to a Christian. Now, with the empire shrunken to be little more than a group of city-states, and with the Western world full of admiration for ancient Greece, the humanists began to call themselves Hellenes. The empire was still officially the Roman Empire, but the word Romaioi, by which the Byzantines had always described themselves in the past, was abandoned by educated circles, till at last Romaic came to denote the language of the people, in contrast with the literary tongue. The fashion started at Thessalonica, where the intellectuals were very conscious of their Greek heritage. Nicholas Kabasilas, who was a Thessalonian, wrote of our community of Hellas. Several of his contemporaries followed his example. By the end of the century, Manuel was often addressed as Emperor of the Hellenes. A few centuries previously, any Western embassy that arrived at Constantinople with letters addressed to the Emperor of the Greeks was not received at court. Now, though a few traditionalists disliked the new term, and though no one intended it as an abdication of the empire's ecumenical claims, it flourished to remind the Byzantines of their Hellenic heritage. In its last decades, Constantinople was consciously a Greek city. Manuel II retired from active life in 1423, and died 2 years later. His friend, Sultan Mehmet I, was already dead, and under the new Sultan, Murad II, the Ottoman power was stronger than ever. Many Greeks admired Murad, who, though devotedly Moslem, was kindly, honourable, and just. But his temper was revealed when he marched against Constantinople in 1422. Though his attempt to besiege the city came to nothing, his pressure on other parts of the empire was such that the governor of Thessalonica, Manuel's third son, Andronicus, a sickly, nervous man, despaired of holding his city, and sold it to the Venetians. But they, too, could not maintain it. After a brief siege, it fell to the Turks in 1430. During the following years, Murad showed no great eagerness for aggression. But how long would the respite last? Manuel's eldest son, John VIII, was so certain that only Western aid could save the empire that, neglecting his father's advice, he decided to press for union with Rome. Only the Western Church could rally the West to his rescue. The papacy had recovered from the schism, but it had been restored by means of a conciliar movement. John knew that the only chance of inducing his people to accept union was for it to be decided by council, as ecumenical as circumstances would allow. The papacy could not now reject the plan for a council. After long negotiations, Pope Eugenius IV invited the emperor to bring a delegation to a council to be held in Italy. John would have preferred to hold it at Constantinople, but he accepted the invitation. The council opened at Ferrara in 1438, and was moved the next year to Florence, where the vital discussions took place. The detailed story of the council makes arid reading. There were disputes over precedence. Was the emperor to preside as emperors had presided over earlier councils? How was the Patriarch of Constantinople to be received by the Pope? It was decided that the debates should be conducted over the correct interpretation of the canons of the ecumenical councils and over patristic texts. The Fathers of the Church, Latin as well as Greek, must be regarded as having been divinely inspired, and their rulings followed. Unfortunately, inspiration did not seem to involve consistency. The Fathers had often disagreed with each other, and sometimes even contradicted themselves. There were endless difficulties over language. It was seldom possible to find an exact equivalent in Latin for Greek theological terms, and the Greek and Latin versions of the canons of the councils often diverged. In the debates it must be admitted that the Latins had the better. Their delegation was composed of highly trained controversialists who worked together as a team, with the Pope in the background to advise them. The Greek delegation was more diffuse. The bishops were a sorry lot, as many of the more reputable had refused to attend. To improve their standard, the emperor had raised 3 learned monks to metropolitan sees. These were Bessarion of Trebizond, metropolitan of Nicaea, Isidore, metropolitan of Kiev and all Russia, and Mark Eugenicus, metropolitan of Ephesus. He added 4 lay philosophers, George Scholarius, George Amarazoutsis, George of Trebizond, and the aged Plethon. The Eastern Patriarchs were asked to nominate delegates from among the attending bishops, but they complied grudgingly, not allowing their representatives plenipotentiary powers. By orthodox tradition, every bishop, including the Patriarch, is equally inspired on doctrine, while the laity are entitled to theological opinions. So each Greek disputant went on his way. The Patriarch, an amiable old man called Joseph, the bastard son of a Bulgarian prince and a Greek lady, was not very clever, nor in good health, and carried no weight. The emperor himself would intervene to prevent the discussion of awkward points, such as the doctrine of the energies. There was no coherence, and no fixed policy among the Greeks, and all of them were kept short of money, and were eager to go home. In the end, union was forced through. Of the philosophers, George Scholarius, George Amarazoutsis, and George of Trebizond, all of them admirers of Aquinas, accepted it. Plethon apparently managed to withhold his signature. He considered the Latin Church to be even more hostile to free thought than the Greek, but he had a wonderful time in Florence. He was feted as the leading Platonist scholar, and Cosimo de' Medici founded a Platonic academy in his honor. So his opposition was muted. The Patriarch Joseph, after agreeing with the Latins that their formula of the Holy Ghost proceeding from the Son meant the same as the Greek formula of the Holy Ghost proceeding through the Son, fell ill and died. An unkind scholar remarked that after muddling his propositions, what else could he decently do? Bessarion and Isidore were won to the new Latin view. They were impressed by the learning of the Italians and longed to integrate Greek and Italian culture. All the other Greek bishops, with one exception, signed the Act of Union, some of them under protest, complaining of pressure and threats from the emperor. The exception was Mark of Ephesus, who would not subscribe, even though menaced with the loss of his see. The Act itself, though it permitted certain Greek usages, was little more than a statement of Latin doctrine, though the clause on the Pope's relationship with the councils was left slightly vague. It was easier to sign than to implement the union. When the delegation returned to Constantinople, it was met with undisguised hostility. Soon Bessarion, greatly respected though he was, found it prudent to retire to Italy, where he was joined by Isidore, whom the Russians angrily repudiated. The Eastern Patriarchs refused to be bound by the signature of their delegates. The Emperor had difficulty in finding anyone to take over the Patriarchate of Constantinople. His first nominee died almost at once. The next, Gregory Mamos, appointed in 1445, grimly held on to the post for 6 years, boycotted by almost all of his clergy, then retired to the friendlier atmosphere of Rome. Mark of Ephesus was degraded, only to be treated by the people as the true head of the hierarchy. Of the philosophers, George of Trebizond moved to Italy. George Scholarius began to have doubts, more for political than for religious reasons. He remained an admirer of scholasticism, but he decided that union was not in Greek interests. He retired into a monastery under the monastic name of Gennadius. When Mark of Ephesus died, he became the accepted leader of the anti-unionist party. George Amaruzis was to go further and to explore the possibilities of an understanding with Islam. The emperor himself wondered whether he had done rightly. He would not repudiate the union, but, influenced by his mother, the Empress Helena, he ceased from pressing it. All that it had achieved was to bring division and bitterness to the dying city. Had it been properly followed by a successful expedition against the Turks, it might have won grudging acceptance. Pope Eugenius preached a crusade in 1440, and at last organized an army composed mainly of Hungarians, which crossed the Danube in 1444. But the papal legate, Cardinal Cesarini, after forcing the military leader John Hunyadi, voivode of Transylvania, to break a solemn treaty with the Sultan on the ground that oaths sworn to infidels were invalid, then quarrelled with him over strategy. Sultan Murad had little difficulty in overwhelming the crusading force at Varna, on the shores of the Black Sea. To many Western historians it has seemed that the Byzantines, in rejecting union, were wantonly and obstinately committing suicide. The simple folk, led by the monks, were moved by passionate loyalty to their creed, their liturgy, and their traditions, which they believed to be divinely ordained, and it would be sin to desert them. It was a religious age. The Byzantines knew that this earthly life was only a prelude to the everlasting life to come. To buy material safety here below at the price of eternal salvation was not to be considered. There was, too, a streak of fatalism in them. If disaster was to befall them, it would be God's punishment for their sins. They were pessimists. In the damp, melancholy climate of the Bosporus, the natural gaiety of the Greeks was dimmed. Even in the great days of the empire, men had whispered of prophecies that it would not last forever. It was well known that on stones throughout the city, and in the books written by the sages of the past, the list of emperors was written, and it was drawing to an end. The reign of Antichrist could not be long delayed. Even those who trusted that the Mother of God would never allow a city dedicated to her to fall into infidel hands were now few in number. Union with the heretic West could not bring salvation, nor could it alter fate. It may be that this pious view was ignorant and narrow, but there were thoughtful statesmen also who doubted the benefits of union. Many of them calculated with reason that the West would never be able or willing to send help effective enough to check the superbly organized military power of the Turks. Others, especially among the churchmen, feared that union would merely lead to further schism. Would not the Greeks, who had been struggling so long to preserve their integrity against the persecution of Frankish rulers, feel that they had been betrayed? More and more Greeks had fallen under Turkish rule, and their connection with Constantinople could only be maintained through the Church. If the Patriarchate committed itself to the West, would these congregations follow suit? Their overlords certainly would not approve. Would the Caucasian, the Danubian, and the Russian Orthodox be ready to join? The sister patriarchates of the East made their disapproval clear. Was it to be hoped that the Orthodox, dependent on the Byzantine Patriarchate, but independent of the empire, would accept Western religious suzerainty merely to save the empire? The Russians, in particular, were known to regard the Latin Church with hatred as the church of their Polish and Scandinavian enemies. A memorandum, dated in 1437, tells us that of the 67 metropolitan sees dependent on the Patriarch of Constantinople, only 8 remained in the emperor's own dominions, and 7 more in the despotate of the Morea. That is to say, union with Rome might well cost the Patriarch the loss of more than 3/4 of his dependent bishops. That was a formidable argument to add to the natural reluctance of the Byzantines to sacrifice their religious freedom. A few statesmen looked further ahead. Byzantium, as any cool observer could see, was doomed. The only chance of reuniting the Greek Church, and with it the Greek people, might well lie in accepting Turkish bondage, to which already the majority of the Greeks were subject. Only thus might it be possible to reconstitute the Orthodox Greek nation, and so revive it, that in time it might regain enough strength to throw off the infidel yoke and recreate Byzantium. With few exceptions, no Greek was so far lacking in pride as to contemplate the voluntary submission of his body to the infidel any more than he would voluntarily submit his soul to the Romans. But might not the former be the wiser course, if it excluded the latter? Greek integrity might well be better preserved by a united people under Moslem rule than by a fragment attached to the rim of the Western world. The remark attributed by his enemies to the last great minister of Byzantium, Lucas Notaras, "Better the Sultan's turban than the cardinal's hat," was not so outrageous as at first it sounds. To Bessarion and his fellow humanists, working eagerly and devotedly in Italy to obtain help for their compatriots, the atmosphere at Constantinople seemed strange and foolish and narrow. They were convinced that union with the West would bring such new cultural and political vigor that Byzantium could yet rise again. Who can say if they were wrong? The Emperor John VIII lived for 9 unhappy years after his return from Italy. He had come back to find his adored Empress, Maria of Trebizond, dead of the plague. He had no children. His brothers spent their time quarrelling with each other in the Peloponnese, or intriguing against him in Thrace. Of his family, he could only trust his aged mother, the Empress Helena, and she disliked his policy. He tried as best he could to keep peace in his divided capital by forbearance and tact. Prudently, he spent all the money that the state could spare on doing repairs to the great land walls of the city, that they might be ready for the inevitable Turkish onslaught. Death came to him as a relief on 31 October, 1448. Chapter 2. The Rising Sultanate. In the great days of the past, the prosperity of Byzantium had been linked with the possession of Anatolia. The huge peninsula, known to the ancients as Asia Minor, had been in Roman times one of the most populous areas in the world. The decline of the Roman Empire, accompanied by plague and the spread of malaria and followed by the Persian and Arab invasions of the 7th and 8th centuries, had reduced the population. Security returned in the 9th century. A well-planned system of defense lessened the risk of enemy raids. Agriculture could recover and find a market for its products in Constantinople and the prosperous cities of the coast. The rich valleys of the west teemed with olives and fruit trees and cereals. Flocks of sheep and herds of cattle roamed on the uplands, and wherever irrigation could be maintained, vast cornfields were cultivated. The policy of the emperors was to discourage large estates, preferring that the land should be held by village communes, many of which paid for their tenancy by providing soldiers for the imperial army, or for the local militia. The central government kept control by frequent inspection and by paying the salaries of provincial officials out of the imperial treasury. This prosperity depended upon well-guarded frontiers. There, on the marches, a different way of life prevailed. Their defense was entrusted to the border barons, the Akriti, men whose lives were spent in raiding enemy lands or encountering enemy raids. They were lawless, independent men, resentful of any attempt by the government to control them, never willing to pay taxes, expecting rather to be rewarded for their services. They drew their followers from adventurers of all sorts, for there was little settled life or racial cohesion in these wild lands, except where the Armenians were settled and maintained their traditions. Warfare was continuous, whether or no the Byzantine and Arab governments were officially at peace. But the border barons were not unfriendly with their rivals over the frontier, who led similar lives. The Muslim frontier lands were perhaps a little more fanatical for their faith, but their fanaticism was not too great to prevent intercourse or even intermarriage. On neither side of the frontier was official religion very popular. Many of the Akriti belonged to the separated Armenian Church, and almost all of them willingly gave protection to heretics, while Muslim heretics could always find refuge with the Muslim frontier lords. The system broke down for a while owing to the decline of the Caliphate and a new aggressive spirit in Byzantium. From the mid-10th century onwards, imperial armies won back great areas of frontier land, particularly in Syria. The new frontier no longer ran through wild mountains, but across cultivated and well-populated lands. Its defense could be organized under officials from Constantinople stationed at Antioch or at some other recaptured city. The former border barons were unwanted. They compensated themselves by investing the riches gained on the recent campaigns in land all over Anatolia. But they remained proud and insubordinate, surrounding themselves with armies of retainers, largely drawn from former free villages over which they had, usually illegally, bought control. They formed the basis of the landed aristocracy, whose power shook the imperial government in the mid-11th century. Meanwhile, the central administration tried to assume control of the Armenian frontier lands, further to the north, and formally annexed large provinces, bringing them into the hated sphere of the Byzantine tax collector and the Byzantine ecclesiastical authorities. The resentment that was caused weakened the defences. These were now to be challenged by a people with whom hitherto Byzantine contacts had usually been friendly. For some centuries past, the great plains of Turkestan had been drying up, and Turkish tribes were moving westward to seek new homes. Byzantium had been in touch with the Turks of Central Asia in the 6th century, and was well acquainted with the Turkish tribes that migrated into the Russian steppes, the sophisticated Judaizing Khazars, two of whose princesses married Byzantine emperors, and the wilder Pechenegs and Cumans, who occasionally made raids into imperial territory, but who, more usefully, sent willing detachments to take service in the imperial armies. Many of these mercenaries were given permanent homes within the empire, especially in Anatolia, and became converts to Christianity. But the most active of the Turkish nations, the Oghuz, directed its migration through Persia towards the lands of the Arab Caliphate. There were Turkish regiments in the caliph's armies as well as in the emperor's, and these became Moslems. As the caliph's power declined, that of his Turkish vassals increased. The first great Moslem Turk, Mahmud the Ghazvanid, built up an empire in the east, stretching from Isfahan to Bokhara and Lahore. But after his death, the hegemony among the Turks passed to the princes of an Oghuz tribe, the family of Seljuk. The descendants of that semi-mythical prince acquired an ascendancy over the Turks settled within the caliphate, and immigrants from Turkestan readily accepted their leadership. By 1055, Tugril Bey, the head of the house, had not only established a personal kingdom comprising Persia and Khorasan, with his brothers and cousins in appanages on his northern borders, but he had also been invited by the Abbasid Caliph at Baghdad to take over the temporal government of his dominions. The Caliph's invitation was due to fear of the rival caliphate of the Fatimids of Egypt, which already controlled most of Syria. The Fatimids were on good terms with the Byzantine Empire, and the Seljuk princes were anxious to avoid any action by the Byzantines on the northern Abbasid frontier in support of a Fatimid attack. Already a number of Turkish princelings, with their followers, had settled on the Byzantine frontiers, and were playing the part of border barons, raiding whenever an opportunity occurred. Tugril's successor, his nephew Alp Arslan, was determined to remove any danger of Byzantine aggression. He sacked and annexed the old Armenian capital of Ani, and encouraged his border barons to increase their raids. Byzantium countered by taking over the last independent Armenian principality. But the imperial garrisons were not strong enough to check the raids, and there were no Akriti now to deal with them. In 1071, the emperor Romanus Diogenes decided that a military expedition was needed to safeguard the frontier. Recent economies had reduced the imperial army, and the emperor was mainly dependent upon mercenaries, some from Western Europe, and many more from the Kuman Turks. Alp Arslan was in Syria, campaigning against the Fatimids, when he heard of the expedition. He assumed it to be a move in the Fatimid-Byzantine alliance, and hurried north to oppose it. It is curious that in this campaign, which was to be vital for world history, each side believed itself to be taking defensive action. The decisive battle took place on Friday, 19 August, 1071, near the town of Manzikert. Romanus was a gallant man, but a poor tactician, and his hired troops were not to be trusted. His army was routed and destroyed, and he himself was taken prisoner. Alp Arslan, satisfied that Byzantium would no longer threaten his flank, set his imperial prisoner free on easy terms and returned to his main interests in Syria. But his border barons had other ideas. The Byzantine frontier defences were down, and political crises at Constantinople prevented any attempt to repair them. The few Akriti that remained, most of them Armenians, were left without any means of communication with the capital. They moved to entrench themselves and their followers in isolated fortresses. The Turkish princelings intensified their raids. Then, finding so little opposition, they settled in the districts to which they had penetrated, colonizing them with their followers and with other Turkish tribesmen who had heard of these rich lands that lay open for occupation. For some time past, the Moslem frontier barons had been given the title of Ghazi, warrior for the faith. The Ghazi was a rough equivalent to a Christian knight. He was apparently invested with some sort of insignia, and took an oath of some sort to an overlord, ideally to the caliph, and he obeyed the Futuha, that mystical code of moral behavior which developed in the 10th and 11th centuries, and was adopted by the guilds and corporations of the Islamic world. The Turkish Ghazis were essentially fighters and conquerors. They were uninterested in organized government. As they advanced and took over territory, they ruled it as they ruled their frontier domains, interfering very little with the local population, who indeed looked to them for protection against other raiders, and financing their rule by the booty obtained from their raids. In the border lands, used for centuries to such a way of life, their coming met with little resentment. Their followers might displace a few Christians who fled to surer refuges, but the population was already mixed and fluid. The influx of Turks made little difference to the general pattern. But as they advanced further into Asia Minor, the pattern changed. In some districts the Christians fled before them, leaving space for the Turkish tribesmen to occupy. In others, the Christian towns and villages tried to maintain themselves, but were soon isolated and forced to submit to the invaders' rule. The raids resulted in the swift decay of roads and bridges, wells and irrigation channels. The old economy could not survive. With no organized opposition, the Ghazi invaders were able to overrun the whole peninsula, leaving only a few coastal districts in Byzantine hands. It was not until the emperor Alexius Comnenus reorganized the empire, recreating the imperial army and using diplomacy to play off each Ghazi leader against his neighbor, that ground was recovered. Meanwhile, the Seljuk dynasty, alarmed by the chaos in Anatolia, sent one of its cadet members to organize the conquests into a settled Islamic kingdom. The task of the Seljuk ruler, Suleiman, and of his son, Kilij Arslan, was hampered by Alexius's wars and intrigues, and by the help given to Byzantium by the soldiers of the First Crusade. Early in the 12th century, the boundary between Byzantine and Turkish lands was fixed along the rough line that separated the fertile valleys of western Anatolia and the coastal districts of the north and south from the central uplands. The Seljuk rulers were, however, less interested in their relations with Byzantium than in their attempts to impose themselves upon the Ghazi princes, particularly upon the great Danishmend clan. They also kept careful watch on the countries to the east, where the center of their family power lay. The decline of Byzantium towards the end of the 12th century and the disaster of the Fourth Crusade enabled the Seljuk kingdom to increase its territory. In the first half of the 13th century, the Seljuk sultans of Rum, as they were usually called after their possessions in the heart of old Roman and Byzantine lands, were respected and powerful figures in the Moslem world. They had established their authority over the Ghazi princes. They were usually on good terms with their Byzantine neighbors, the emperors of Nicaea. They had abandoned their eastern ambitions and were content to administer their orderly and tolerant state from their capital of Konya. They revived urban life and repaired communications. They encouraged the arts and learning. It is a tribute to their wise and able government that the transition of Anatolia from a mainly Christian to a mainly Moslem country was achieved so smoothly that no one troubled to record the details. The beneficent rule of the Seljuks was ended by the Mongol invasions. First, a number of Turkish tribes, fleeing before the Mongol armies, entered Asia Minor. They were settled on the western frontier, where they joined the Ghazis, who were fretting under Seljuk control. In 1243 the Mongols themselves appeared. The Seljuk Sultan suffered an overwhelming defeat, from which his kingdom never recovered. Henceforward he and his successors were the tributaries and vassals of the Mongol Ilkhan of Persia, and their power and authority decayed. In less than a century the dynasty was extinct. The decline of the Seljuk Sultanate gradually freed the Ghazi princes of the frontier from restraint. More and more refugees from Mongol rule joined them, officials from Seljuk cities, countryfolk from devastated or overtaxed areas, holy men, sheiks and dervishes, many of whom were considered heretical in strict Moslem circles, but whose fanaticism fitted in with the frontier spirit. Pressure and faith alike urged them on to attack the Christians. It was not easy at first. The Nicaean emperors had taken great care of the frontier, reviving the Akriti, but keeping them under control. But the recovery of Constantinople in 1261, glorious though it was, had its disadvantages. The empire was henceforward deeply involved in Europe, facing threats not only from the Balkan powers, but from Westerners eager to avenge the fall of the Latin Empire. troops were withdrawn from the Asiatic garrisons. Economies in the navy weakened the coastal defences. Taxation rose all over the empire to pay for its new commitments. The Akriti found themselves ill-supported and ill-paid. During the last 3 decades of the 13th century, several Ghazis penetrated across the frontier. Overcrowded on their side of the border, eager for booty and spurred on by their religious leaders, they and their followers poured into the remaining lands of Byzantine Asia. Fitful attempts by the imperial army to drive them back were unsuccessful. Some of the more enterprising of them, such as the princes of Manteshi and Aydin, attacked by sea as well as by land, and the Byzantine navy was too feeble to prevent them from occupying several islands as well as the western Anatolian coastlands. By 1300, all that remained to Byzantium in Asia, apart from 1 or 2 isolated cities, were the plains between Bithynian Olympus and the Sea of Marmora, the peninsula that juts out to the Bosphorus, as far inland as the river Sangarius and the Black Sea coastline for 100 miles eastward. In these movements the emirate of Mantishi in the southwest of Asia Minor had first taken the lead, but its power was curtailed when the Knights Hospitaller captured and established themselves in Rhodes. The hegemony passed to the emirs of Aydin, the first of the Asiatic Turks to raid the European coasts of the Aegean. It took the combined might of Venice, Cyprus, and the Hospitallers to restrain them. Further north were the princes of Samarkand, with their headquarters at Manisa, or Magnesia, recently the second capital of the Nicaean emperors, and next to them the Karasi princes, settled on the plain of Troy. On the Black Sea coast there was Ghazi Kelebi's emirate of Sinope, famous for its piratical exploits. There were several smaller emirates in the interior, and there were the 2 great emirates of Karaman and Germiyan, both seeing themselves as heirs of the Seljuks, and both determined to set up an orderly state with the Ghazi elements under control. The Karaman princes, who occupied Konya in 1327, were far enough from the frontier to be able to eliminate the local Ghazis. The Germiyan princes, whose capital was Kutaya, refused to bear the title of Ghazi, but tried to establish some authority over the neighboring Ghazi lords, many of whom were in origin Germiyan military leaders. They were, in the main, successful. With one exception, the emirates along the Aegean coast and the Byzantine frontier treated them with deference and respect, while never actually admitting their suzerainty. The one exception was a small state established during the second half of the 13th century in the borderlands, stretching eastward from Bithynian Olympus. Its founder was a certain Ertugrul, who died in 1281, and was succeeded by his son Osman. The origins of the Osmanli, or Ottoman family, as Osman's descendants were called, have been twisted and ornamented by legends created after the family had become great. We are given a list of 21 ancestors going back to Noah, though 31 more were later added to make the chronology more convincing. The line passes through the eponymous hero Oguz Khan, founder of the Oguz Turks, and through his son Gök Alp and his grandson Chamundur, who is the same as Chavuldur, according to other legends one of the 24 grandsons of Oguz, from whom the 24 principal Oguz tribes were descended. But though there was a Chowda tribe, which was absorbed into the Ottoman polity in the late 13th century, it was a distinct tribe, hostile at first to Osman's leadership. Another legend enhanced the family by giving it Oguz's eldest grandson, Kai, son of Gun Khan, as its ancestor, thus making the Ottomans a branch of the senior Oguz tribe. But this tradition only appears in the 15th century, after the alternative tradition of the descent from Gök Alp had been generally accepted. Court flatterers in the 15th century complicated the issue by giving the dynasty Arab ancestors, though it never claimed descent from the Prophet himself. The pedigrees of his descendants were too well known. The conquering Sultan Mehmet II sought to impress both his Turkish and his Greek subjects by supporting a theory that his family was descended from a prince of the imperial house of Komnenos, who migrated to Konya and there became a convert to Islam, and the husband of a Seljuk princess. There is no sound evidence to support any of these theories. The prudent historian will conclude that Ertugrul was not a tribal leader, but an able Ghazi commander of unknown origin, who somehow made his way to the frontier, and there, by his prowess, gathered around him a sufficient number of followers to enable him to found an emirate. His main asset was the geographical position of the lands that he occupied. A Ghazi community, to justify its existence, had to raid and to advance into infidel territory. But by the end of the 13th century, nearly all the Ghazi emirs had reached the limits of Asia Minor. The Byzantines had gone, and the sea blocked further progress. Though enterprising pirates, such as the emirs of Aydin and Sinope, might profitably raid enemy coasts, none of them had enough sea power to contemplate the transport of sufficient of their people to establish colonies overseas. Apart from the emirates that bordered on the empire of Trebizond, away to the east, only the territory which Osman had inherited still faced an infidel frontier. It was into Osman's lands that the most enterprising elements among the Turks now poured, Ghazi leaders eager to find rich lands that could still be raided, dervishes and scholars eager to escape further from the hated Mongols, and a solid mass of peasant tribesmen still looking for homes in which to settle with their flocks. Osman thus found himself with human resources quite out of proportion with his small emirate. Had Osman not been a leader of genius, he might have been swamped by the immigrants. We know little of how he dealt with them. It is significant that in the oldest surviving inscription in which an Ottoman ruler gives himself the title of Sultan, an inscription placed by Osman's son Orhan on a mosque in Brusa, the formula runs, Sultan, son of the Ghazis, Ghazi, son of Ghazis, Margrave of the horizons, hero of the world. It was as a supreme Ghazi leader that Osman established his authority. While other Ghazi emirs, unable to expand along the only lines that they knew, began to quarrel with each other, Osman offered a Ghazi life to anyone who accepted his command. The Byzantine Empire could not ignore the challenge. Perhaps its wisest course would have been quickly to evacuate its armies out of Anatolia and to abandon the country to Osman, concentrating its strength on naval forces strong enough to prevent any crossing of the straits into Europe. Then, when Osman found his expansion blocked by the sea, his emirate too might have declined, and his followers have dispersed in search of other fields. But such foresight and self-restraint were not to be expected. Osman's importance was not at first realized at Constantinople. It was against the Turks of Aydin and Manisa that imperial armies were sent, with no success, during the last decades of the 13th century. It was only when Osman defeated a Byzantine force at Byphium, between Nicaea and Nicomedia, in 1301, and began to settle his people north of Mount Olympus, that serious attention was paid to him. The Byzantines could not tamely permit Moslem occupation of their last Asiatic possessions, lands that were in sight of the capital itself. But their opposition was ill-organized and ineffectual. In 1301,
Hey, Matilda! How are you, man? Yeah, we reached like good progress, you know. But there is still a shit ton of work to be finished. You just got home. Where were you? I was at cousin's house because it was his birthday. Oh yeah, cool, nice. So I've managed to finish the line art. You know, it looks insane. Yeah, it still looks raw, you know. It's gonna be good when I finish it. I've managed to finish the line art. I set like the main color, basic colors for every part, and now I'm doing this stylized shadow, which is like non-realistic shadow that serves more as a illustrative purpose. And when I finish this stylized shadow, I'm gonna merge these two layers, you know, so this shaded part in the background will disappear, and then I will start coloring line art, and then we'll do some soft shadowing, and then we're gonna play with the filters, and then we're gonna dabble with the background, then we're gonna pop a little more filters and light sources and anything that it needs to be done, and that's gonna be like the end of the illustration. But up until that moment we have a shit ton of journey, man. It's an epic adventure. The process is long. Did you draw something? That thing that you spilled coffee on? No? Share it on Discord. I will share it here, we can discuss it. Dude, you can always... No, yeah. Come on. Free feedback is always a good thing, you know. No, yeah, man. Just throw it on the Discord, man. I can't remember, did you bought like digital drawing tablet, no? I deleted it. How come you deleted an analog picture? You mean you ripped it apart and throw it into trash? I deleted it. Yes, it. Yes, I did. Okay, man. You didn't like it or what? I deleted its existence. Oh, come on, man. I mean, it's normal to have like. You know, not to be satisfied with the quality of the work. It happens to me all the time, even after, you know, 20 years of illustrating. It smelled. Oh, so you pee on it, or... Dude, I managed to spill my urine on it by accident. I wanted to throw it on my younger sister, but yet I failed. And my heart suffered for it. Poured some jeans by accident. Well, dude. Hey, now you will have like a shit ton of time for drawing, you know, instead of single player games, man. Thought I'd use the drawing, but post not clarity hit. Oh no, my masterpiece. It is wasted now. Yeah, man. I really, joke aside, I'm really sorry to hear that, man. That's why you go digital. You have like a drawing tablet, yeah? For digital illustration, yeah? Then do it. What the fuck? What the actual fuck, man? Why did you even bother yourself doing it the conventional way, you know? I would never switch back. Maybe to, who knows, maybe in my older days I will switch back to like an oil paintings, you know, or some graphics, but no. Digital is too good, you know, to be... I like it old school, yeah. Yeah, you could also like gather natural colors from your environment, you know, like from the eggs and flowers and forest and, I don't know, be an alchemist, not just only an artist, you know. No, I respect that, because it takes like shit, jokes aside, it takes a shit ton of effort to do. Imagine doing this on foot, traditional way. It would take me like so much time. I think it's like equals 5 in my case, you know. If this is gonna take about 50 hours to finish overall, and 150 or even more to I don't know, 200 hours would be like the time that I would finish, and it would not have the effect like this one, you know. I mean, Adobe Photoshop spoiled me too much, you know. Is music too loud? Let me see. I'm just gonna lower it for myself. Then let's see here. Yeah, I think it's okay-ish. Now, okay. Let's see. That's why I said it smelled and it is brown. And the only way I knew how to get was well. I think you already know how I got it. Yeah, you use Nutella, but you're arseful Nutella. Yeah, Arcella. I thought I could poop only like one nugget, you know, yeah. And by the time you're thinking you're done with it, destiny splits, and you know it turns out to be like Brown Niagara waterfalls. But then diarrhea struck, and there goes my masterpiece. Well, you did like you know, modern art, abstract art, you know. Because modern art is shit, that's why I say, you know, you did modern art. Yeah, postmodernism is the thing that I hate in art. It's, I don't know, I just can't seem to get the aesthetics of that. That pop culture that manifested itself after, you know, huge influence of Andy Warhol's work, whom I actually do not respect as an artist so much, to be honest. I love stylized work, but I want it to be at least like grounded inside some, I don't know, some principles or something. Scary to poop a pep. What, brew? You don't like I don't know what you're saying, man. That must be some quote from South Park or something. I don't know. Or it's just your Romanian English. This is how you sound when you drink too much, confess. Oh, it's creepity doopity pop para pop. And then you just pull down your pants and art follows, you know. I'm gonna finish this guy, then I'm gonna go for vignette again. Shit ton of work, man. Shit ton of work. I don't like this straight line. I want to intercept it a little bit. Let me see. Maybe something like this. Is music still loud, Matilda? Oh, you're not here. Okay. Oh, here. Music is fine. Yeah, of course it's fine. It's my music, man. It's illustrative audio album, Journey of Fabiana. It tells the story of first interstellar ship that was not interstellar, but spaceship that was launched to journey around the solar system. Yeah, and we launched it like 2 songs ago, and now we are on Beauty of Creation. Yeah. So now we are watching the meteors and not steroids but asteroids. Steroids, the beauty of steroids. Ooh, this part I like. So look, this is actually a blend between symphonic instruments and electronic music. You can hear like staccato violins playing a little bit. And now the phrase is also played by, I don't know what's the English word, violoncello, we'll call it here in Serbia. This was my first time I dabbled in like symphonic instruments and electronic music. And it was back in, let me see the year, 6 years ago, like 2017, 60, July 20th, 2016. And there is a little bit of a live electric guitar, just to shred. It was a hard thing to handle back then because there were just too many channels and instruments, and I had to like tame entire story in a concept that would be like worth listening to. You know what? Maybe when your internet goes off, you can spend more time in the creative endeavors more than single-player games. Just try to paint something. We will analyze it together and just pump up that skill of yours. You know. Let's use it. Let's enforce it. Oh wait, I just want to finish this vignette part. It's boring. It's just repeatable stuff, you know, doing same thing over and over again. I can't believe that I managed to compose the entire song, man. Even today I'm kind of proud of this project because it's so melodical, you know, and melody takes more time than to develop, you know, the phraseology of melody. Yeah, this song is called "The First Contact," a nation of Qatar. It's like where the crew of the ship is introduced to another intelligent life form for the first time in the history of humankind. You know, the nation was called Qatar. Qatarians were like some kind of bluish aliens. I have concept art somewhere, I think. So I imagine like a scene of a Beona ship landing on strange landing pad, you know, of the Qatari nation. In the Beninging. Dude, what's wrong with you? What are you writing, man? And then Beninging. Oh, you drank on your cousin's birthday, didn't you? You drank too much. I know you're Romanians. You crazy. You crazy. You're crazy. I tell you, crazy. I had to drive. Oh. And when I drive, I always drink. You do? No. But of course not. I can drive with the influence of pot, for example, but not drunk. Never. Never did I. No, dude. I never. My wife likes to drive drunk. Me, no, not so much. I got you on camera. Don't lie, my wife. Don't lie. She denies now, but she seems to can't remember the day when she was telling like, "Let me drive, damn it! I can do this." Joking. Hey, Daniela didn't lie now. Yeah, I'm just joking. But she likes to use her cell phone when she drives, and I hate that. I always preach, you know, when I see her doing that. Yeah. Well, all know you like to drift once in a while when you have like one or two drinks. I mean, one drink is okay-ish, if it wasn't like some strong beverage with 70% of alcohol, like rakia, and like a huge glass of rakia, then yeah. But I mean, one can of beer, it's not like biggie. Chia. Rachia, bro. Rachie. There we go. Ch and ch again, yeah? No, this is k. Rakia. So you like Nokia, but with ra. Rakia. Like this, let me write it. Rakia. Connecting people. You know, that was Nokia had some sentence like this on their Nokia old mobile cell phones. They had like something like Nokia connecting people, and then here in Serbia we had you know, T-shirts that said Rakia connecting people. Answer on Discord, let me see. Answer on Discord. Just give me a sec, I need to turn off the music. Hey!
Rakie.
Rakie!
Rakie.
Rakie! How are you doing, Matilda?
No, that's all. That's all I wanted to say. Bye
Oh,
bye.
dude, no, stay. What the fuck? Why did you leave,
Bye.
man? No, man. Stay, man. I mean, it's easier for me if I talk to somebody. You know how many lines I have to draw here today? And how much shadow I need to put there, man. What the fuck?
Alright. I was in a call with my brother, my cousin.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
it's alright. We weren't doing anything.
Yeah.
They
Where,
were playing something else.
where's Denis? I don't see him today. Yeah, I did. You were not online today. Yesterday. Sorry, but he was.
No, I left in the night. I went to my girlfriend's house.
To my girlfriend's house. Nice. Okay, let's see. Oh, so how about doing that digital art instead of playing single player games in a day or so,
Hey, bro, come
Hey,
on.
bro. Come on, man. Come on. Time for gaming is over, man. It's like you must confess, it's like a perfect opportunity for you to grow, you know, in that direction, you know. Uh,
Yeah, sure, man.
why not? Oh,
Yeah.
just put this music back. Hmm. I could share that video that you did with your friend, but I don't think I can because it's copyrighted, I think. That video that you shared me, that you worked on, like the entire team of you guys with Robo.
Oh, yeah. No, it was only me and him, and
Is it
we
copyrighted?
only. I don't know.
Let's check. Throw me a link here. Maybe I already have it here in the history.
I think you did.
Singer, yeah, Singer Murati.
Yeah, that's.
Let's see. Just a sec. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. Yep, Vivo. Vivo, no thank you. I can't push it here because YouTube will mute my stream, you know?
Yeah.
Too bad, man. Too bad.
Too bad.
Too
Oh
bad.
shit! Someone's calling me. Oh, Dennis is calling me.
Yeah.
In the group.
Mm-hmm.
Or actually, you wanna go on your?
Yeah,
channel?
we can. Why not?
Yeah.
Let's go there. Gde si, brate moj? No, listen
da,
how
brate.
listen how Romanian speaks perfect Serbian. Come on, say something.
Da, brate.
Tako je, brate moj, jesi mi dobar?
Kako si te?
What was the first word that I teach you on Serbian language? Come on, feel free to.
Pičku materinu.
Terino.
Oh, that is my man. But he
Terino.
was he didn't connect it like at the same time he spoke, so he's like te materinu. It's pičku materinu, te materinu. Yeah, so
What are you doing, guys?
I'm trying to force Felipe to use this new situation to like draw more with his tablet and play video games less, you know.
Pičku materinu.
Pičku materinu, Felipe.
Hey, we should make like drawing Thursday and we all go on Discord
Yeah.
and draw. I
Why
have a
not?
tablet as well and I haven't used it in years.
Yeah, I'm up for it, man. Why not,
Wait,
man?
But the sad thing is, Felipe, his internet.
Well,
Pičku materinu.
Felipe's internet is about to die in a couple.
but he can. It's only important for luck spikes, and that's like it doesn't reflect on like watching streams and voice call. I think it's all. It
Should
is
be
also. It's important for playing video games. But Felipe won't play video games. Oh, dude, that's why I started to stream, man. Because I was dabbling too much into video games, and I was like, okay, it's time for me to like take a huge break from this intense playing and distance myself a little bit. I play like a round or two of Leagues of Legends here and there, but dude, I played like 2 or 3 months ago World of Warcraft before the new expansion came. And I had like 0 characters on that Horde server. So I leveled up all the characters to max level before the expansion came out. And I prepared all the characters and expansion came out and I was like, no fucking way, I'm gonna touch this shit. Brate Dušan. Pičku materinu, brate. So, we were trying to discuss a difference between the letter ch and ch, but I failed to like somehow present them, you know. They always hear me telling ch ch, never ch and ch. You know? So it's like they always say u pičku materin. They always say u pičku materin instead of pičku materin.
Bro,
So-
what the fuck? You said pičku.
No, I said pičku. You said pičku.
Pičku?
Pičku?
Pičku materinu.
Yeah, man. Oh, dude. I think this work is gonna be awesome, man, when I finish it.
It
Ugh.
already is awesome.
What?
It already is awesome. It's gonna be even more awesome.
Nah, dude, it's far from awesome. It's like okay-ish at the moment, but
Yeah, I agree, it sucks.
it sucks. You take a dump on it, Dušan.
Pičku materinu.
Pičku materin.
Yeah.
So, are you guys gonna play some game or
Chill.
what's your plan? It's like
To chill. To chill.
to chill.
Ch-
Yeah. We also like try like cha-cha. Yeah, say cha-cha. The dance cha-cha.
Cha-cha.
No, it's not cha-cha. God damn it, it's cha-cha. It's not cha-cha. Cha-cha.
Bro, it's cha-cha.
Cha.
Cha-cha.
And also chill. It's chill.
Chill.
No, it's not chill.
Chill.
It's not chill, man. It's chill.
Chill.
Bro, fuck off.
You need to
Chill.
chill. You need to chill.
Chill. Chill.
You sound like a Boris. chill, my friend.
Meanwhile, Dushan has been making fun of us all this time.
Yeah,
He's
man.
not a chill.
Yeah, man.
Chill.
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 We also tried to find the how to say what's the English word, the resemblance between Serbian and Romanian words, and there are so fucking many, isn't there, guys? Did we remember? Are we remembering some of them? Oh, are you sure you
Remember,
didn't do
we
drugs
have
or you didn't drink any alcohol there, man? Man, you tell me.
Slibovica.
Šlipovica. Oh, yeah, Šljivovica, yeah. You're almost there.
Slibovica.
Šljivovica, yes. Šljivovica.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember we were having a blast while you were saying Tatal.
What? What? What's
Tatal.
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 Halal? What's tatal?
Talal.
Oh yeah, tata, yeah, daddy.
Yeah. Tatal.
No,
Tata.
we don't have L at the end. We have only tata.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have tata.
Tata.
Yeah. So English kids say dada, I think. Dada. That's how it evolves to daddy. I think later on from dada, which is the same origin of the word as the word as tata.
No, but we also use tata,
Yeah.
tatal with L.
How do they say brother?
Frate.
How?
Frate.
Frate. Yeah. It's only difference between brat and frat. So it's like a B,
Frate, frate.
F instead of B. Brate and
Yeah.
frate. Brate, do you drink frappe? Frate, do you drink frappe?
What the fuck?
Frate, do you drink frate?
Frappe.
Bro,
Frate,
stop
frappe.
drinking.
Stop drinking.
Eat some.
And you also have like palachinke, yes? No?
Polochinki, what?
Palachinke. For
Like
Polachinki.
the place
crepes.
where you land in PUBG?
Crepes. How do you call crepes in your language?
Crepes.
Crepes.
Pancakes.
Oh.
Pancakes.
Uh,
Clătite.
What?
Clătite. That's what we
Clătite.
call it.
Fratite.
Clătite.
Clătite. No, I never heard of that.
Clătite.
No, but not American pancakes. I mean more like Balkan pancakes.
Yeah,
the flat,
the thin ones.
thin ones. Yeah,
We all
flat.
call them clătite. They're no
Clătite.
even the
Cletite.
American ones. we call them
Cletite.
clătite.
Cletite.
Clătite, da.
Cletite. Just
How do
write
you
the
call
word.
them?
Write the word in here in Discord.
You write it, Dennis, because I'm...
How do you call them? in
Because
your-
I'm drunk, Dennis. I'm going to
how do
draw
you
a
call
pussy instead of
clătite
writing.
in-
How do you write cletite in your language, man?
No,
Dude.
I'm saying, how do you say clătite in your language?
Oh, palachinke. Palachinke, brate. Jedem palachinke, brate. Jedem. I eat pancakes. I eat pancakes, brother. I jedem palachinke, brate.
Jedem palacinke, brate.
Tako je, bre, recimo.
Kako si te?
Kako ste? Bez site. Ste. Kako ste? Kako ste? Yeah, kako ste?
Kako ste?
Sounds like pakoste.
What?
Pakoste in Romanian.
What's
I don't know
pakoste?
how-
What's pakoste? What pakoste means?
Like you're gay.
Pakoste means you're gay.
Yeah.
You are gay. Pakoste.
Yeah.
So
No,
pakos
it's-
means like gay, no? You are
Yeah,
gay.
yeah.
Pakoste.
Yeah.
You're trolling me, man.
Yeah.
Of course you are.
I'm sorry.
No, man. No worries. No
Pakoste.
worries. I'll get my revenge eventually. In Rust, when we play PvP. Oops! Remember that day when we played with a bunch of your
Dușan,
friends?
ești o pacoste.
I'm not gay, man. What the fuck is wrong with you? Dušan, iste pacoște. What? So what pacoște
Dușan,
means?
ești așa o pacoste că de fiecare dată când te văd mă înfurii foarte, foarte tare.
Iste pacoște cocadante, inte forte paște. Whatever. See, I'm also Romanian as much as you are Serbian, man.
Yeah, exactly, bro.
Yeah, man, brate moj.
Tebra.
Yeah, he even knows Shatrovački. What the actual fuck? That guy knows Shatrovački. It's like reverse Serbian, you know? You never stop to amuse me, man.
Of course.
Of course. Of course.
Of course, my course.
Of course, my course.
Horse lover.
Course lover. So, Dennis, Felipe told me you didn't dabble into like music production in the past few months.
Nope.
Why not?
Because he's gay.
Let's like drop that insinuations here. It's live, so you know.
Felipe, you're a pacoste.
Let's ungay this stream, man, by not gaying it. You know?
Wait, what?
No, what? Dude, why didn't you, Dennis? Why didn't you make some music, man? So if you made some music, we could listen then now, you know, live. What the fuck, man?
I mean, it was just mainly procrastination.
Oh yeah, video games. I saw you playing some stupid games on Steam. I was like, is this dude actually wasting his life playing this motherfucking stupid game? I can't remember. I was like, what? What? He's playing this shit? What the fuck? No, I guess he playing that with his younger brother. So I will I will have to understand, you know.
What game?
I can't remember. It was like, I don't know. I can't remember. I don't know.
Yeah, bro, what game?
You know, it wasn't Sims, but it would be better if it was Sims.
I'm really curious what game it was.
I can't remember,
have
man.
3 games installed.
You have 3 games. What are the games you have installed, man? Rust, of course.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
Rust on Steam.
Spider-Man 2 is installing.
Is it?
Yes.
Madness.
Madness. What's this Morales guy, Spider-Man, no? With Morales, that new game, no? For PC port, no?
Yeah, but
1
you
second, brate Dušan.
Brate Denis.
Alright, I'm back. So, it's Rust, Battlefield, and Apex, I think.
So all shooters.
Yep. And
Dude.
PUBG, because
In any case, you guys thinking that Dennis is doing heroin, you are right, because he sounds like he's doing heroin all the time. I mean, he's a straight vegetarian, what the fuck, but he sounds like he uses heroin every time I talk to him. And it's okay-ish with the small talks, but when you're playing Rust in the middle of the action, okay guys, I need your look to the left, I see enemy, 12 o'clock, yeah. You guys need to move. Okay, I'll go alone. Then you support me from your side. I can't understand anything.
I swear it does not sound like that for me when I speak.
Holy fucking shit, man, that was the best Dennis I've ever heard.
Best imitation of Dennis. 100% authentical Dennis, man. But really, in the middle of the action, there is a zero adrenaline in his voice. Okay, I think I'm going to die soon, guys. We need to retreat. And we were like, screaming around like idiots, you know, barely hearing him yet. Anyway, the best, my personal best experience in Rust was when Matilda and myself, when we said no building throughout the entire session, just PvP. So that was, we made like, how did we start? We made like 2 spears. Yeah, was that a start or something? When we ganked like 2 guys with semi-autos or something. Yep. Philip is not here.
Wait, what? I was reading something.
Ah, what did you read? Reddit. About the scat guys, no?
Ah, shit, bro. Yeah, you caught me. Sorry.
Yeah, I know you're into scat, man. You're a scat
Yeah.
man.
Yup. You caught me. Red-handed also. I was with my shit in my hand. Actually, brown-handed, not red-handed.
What's brown handed? Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It would be bad if you're red-handed. You should go to the doctor, man.
Yeah,
So
definitely.
is
Oh,
it better to be brown-handed, like with shit in my hand?
but if you
Either
ate
case
like
is
I
better.
like the what's the name of the was it is it like raspberries or something, the red fruit, no?
Yeah, bro. Whatever.
Yeah, bro, whatever. I just took a crap on my art.
Yeah, bruv. I just shit on my art, bruv.
Well, then if I would tell you your art is crap, it would be a compliment.
Dude, no, it would be not a compliment, but an accurate definition.
Yeah, bruv.
In this case. Dude, your art, it's holy fuck, it's crap, dude. Yeah, I know, man. I do it all the time. I call this one the Great Warrior of Diarrhea.
Whoa.
No, you do like a landscape, you know, like brilliant landscape with the forest and a castle, and you take a crap on it, and it's like the kingdom of diarrhea. You just like misspell it a little bit, you know, throw some E's and A's,
What if
twist it.
you're really skilled in your
In your crap or in your diarrhea or in
Yeah.
your artwork,
artwork and
or
you
in
decide to go
no,
on
dude.
like God's Talent shows?
Imagine if you could like, if you get like all a virtuoso with your crap, and you could like use it to really paint good stuff with your crap on a white paper. Would it make like a shit ton of hits on TikTok
hit ton.
or something? Shit ton, shit ton of hits on TikTok, man.
Don't need to spend money on paint anymore.
Yeah, man. It's economic, dude. It's economic. You just
Holy
you
shit,
just
I'm
see
about
it.
to start a business, man.
Dude, yeah. How will you call it? Like,
The motto
Something-
would be no paint, shit paint.
No more shit paint, more shit paint.
No, just no more shit paint, more shit.
You will
That's
call
it.
it like something like quality shit or something, no?
No,
We
no
keep
more
our
quality
art
paint,
shitty at
shit
quality.
paint. Say no to quality paint.
Tushan,
No,
give
really.
me a challenge in FL Studio, a genre of music, something.
In FL
to make-
Studio, yeah. So what's the thing that you are really dabble like for the smallest amount? What is the thing that you hate the most when it comes to music? What genre do you have?
There's nothing really that I hate.
Manele, bro. Say Manele. Give him
Manele.
Manele.
I'm not gonna do that.
Do me one Manele, whatever that is, man.
There you go.
What's Manele, man?
There you go.
What's Manele? No, really.
You
No, really.
got
What's Manele?
double into Manele now. You said you don't hate any genre, you fucking goofball.
What's Manele? Just
Is that
enlighten me.
called- Could we consider it a genre?
Bro, fuck off,
Okay,
Manele.
let me Google it. Manele. Let's see. Manele.
Come on, man.
Manele music.
That's not complicated. I can just do the beat of Manila.
Alright, so
Come
the
on,
best
bro, do it.
is it
Manele.
like
Hey, hey.
Manila? It's Manila, no?
No, Manele.
Manila. Manila E, Manila, Manila.
Manele, bro. Manele.
I can't find it. Is it the name? Is it the genre of music or like an
Bro,
artist?
you're lying. How the fuck can you not find it? My
Dude,
entire
I-
fucking country listens to Manele.
I have Lisa Manili. Is that it? No. I have also some Manila sound or something.
Manele, bro.
I don't know. I have like I see like Lisa Manili and Manila music, so nothing else.
Manele.
What's your challenge?
Oh, challenge music-wise.
Yeah, music-wise.
Manele.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do like ode to yourself, to your voice. Like I will call it inject the heroin or something. It has to sound. It has to sound exactly like your voice. You know. So
Exactly
yeah.
like voice.
do you, I don't know what's your skill in the Fruity Loops, but can you like record yourself talking random stuff and then do the auto tune?
Yes, you just want me to
Yeah,
use my
or you
voice,
use
basically?
all or use only your voice and drums, and your voice should be used as like trumpets, as like guitars, as like whatever you just edit your voice as much as you can and use it as a different instruments in a different way, you know, in a different
Okay,
creative way.
so can I use drums or only my voice?
Yeah, drums are okay-ish. Not,
Drums are okay.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Ish,
Yeah.
okay, ish.
yeah.
Okay-ish.
Yeah, but focus mostly on your patterns of your voice. You know, I mean, you don't have to use it as a singing. You can use it as an instrument.
Yeah, I understand.
That would be
Yeah,
like.
yeah. Yeah.
And you, Matilda, you're not going to escape this obligation, also. You know. So let's
Open a
figure
free
out
studio
something.
now.
No, he's gonna draw something. So you can choose like the medium. If you want to go digital, you can. If you want to go analog, you can. Let's pick a theme. Yeah, you can draw like what would next 3 months of your life without internet look, you know, how it's gonna look without internet.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you can draw
What
that.
did you say? Fucking goofball.
No, man, you heard me, man. Come on, do
No,
like
no. Sorry, I was talking to my brother.
from
Came
another
in
mother.
No, my brother came in my room. So you gave me a challenge
Yeah,
to draw.
to kill your brother. No, to draw. Yeah, you draw your life in the next 3 months without internet, man.
Oh my god. I
And
don't
then-
need to
then
draw
the-
it,
no,
man.
the-
I only need to wait.
No, dude.
I'm gonna have the picture.
The challenge, the real challenge, lies even in the next step, and that is like first draw your life for the next how it will look in the next 3 months, and then live that life. You know.
I'm assuming you don't necessarily need to draw physical objects. You could also
No,
make
you do
a resemblance of a
whatever comes to
feeling
your
of
mind.
you,
Yeah,
what
dude,
you
you
have.
go with the abstract. I don't care. You can shit on paper, you know, if you want to. It doesn't matter. Just do some art, man. Go Picasso on me, man. Go Picasso on me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
Now you sound like
Oh, yeah.
if Dennis was an airplane. Yeah.
Whoa.
What BPM should it be?
Oh,
132.
120.
120, okay.
Yeah, let's not go faster than that, definitely.
Boo.
I mean, it's not. You can do even faster or slower, whatever comes to your mind, whatever you prefer.
140.
226,
200.
and it variates to 360 on the verses. To be honest, BPM
Doesn't matter.
doesn't matter that much if you count it as quarters or as eighths or as 16s. So you know.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, bro. I also yawned entire day. I slept.
Like a baby.
I should have slept more because I feel sleepy entire day, man.
Yeah,
I didn't want to miss today's stream. I said to myself I will stream if I can every day. So I just want to be constant in my own art, yeah. This morning I finished finished early the freelance stuff, and I was like, nice. Now I can do a bunch of other stuff, man.
yeah, bro.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, Dennis, you need to have like a phrase, pičku materi, no? Which you
Oh,
will sell with your letter ch instead of ch.
So, pitch kumatra.
Yeah, and that pitch moment you can use as a snare for your drums.
Oh, okay, okay. Okay.
Pitch, pitch, pitch. Did you guys saw that Hogwarts Legacy game?
No.
No? Ah, okay.
I
Okay.
think so.
Yeah?
But I'm not sure.
It looks
Hogwarts
pretty
Legacy.
awesome, man. I don't like Harry Potter universe, but it looks pretty awesome.
Oh yeah, I saw it. The graphics are, I mean, nice because it's made in this time, but I don't know about the game, how good it is.
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
old,
bro.
the old Harry Potter, I played it when I was small and it was nice.
Bum, bum. Oh, oh, sorry about that.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, bro. So, Felipe, are you doing the task? The quest?
No, not right now.
Dude, you need to do it like this instance.
No, bro, I'm
Right
going
now.
on PUBG.
PUBG,
No.
you're drawing a PUBG. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why
Drawing a
would anyone
PUBG.
draw a PUBG? Yeah, I have it. I didn't like that
Listen.
game that much, to be honest.
I'm gonna go on the other channel with my brother.
Yeah, no problem. I also gonna listen to some audiobooks, and when you finish, guys, you pop there in the YouTube chat, and we can like review the how to say the task, you know?
Yeah.
Matilda's gonna show us the winner chicken.
Yeah. Winner chicken, shithead dinner. Okay, see you guys.
Right,
Mwah.
Where was I? Um. Oh, I need to go to the eye doctor, and I need to wear glasses definitely because my sight is as I'm going closer to the. Just lower the music down a little bit. As I'm growing closer to my 40s, my sight is fading. You know, I can barely see like a small letters. I can barely read them. So I definitely need to take care of my eyes before I go blind. And if I go blind, then I have nothing to do with my life. So I can always play music, but I want to draw, damn it. Boomer. Well, somebody has to do that. Somebody has to be boomer. We're all gonna be boomer eventually. Yeah, we're all gonna die eventually. We're all gonna be like a bunch of old guys that kids are laughing on about, you know? Damn, this is never gonna end, man. So we have to paint just we have to paint like all of this area of the object. Not paint, but sorry, to enrich it with this stylized shadow. And now, you know what? Let me turn off the music. It's my ears. The end is near, and so I face the final curtain. Of which I'm done. Into consciousness, I like to have another kiss. Another kiss. Going where your freedom lies. Meet again. No, 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 no. Beauty and the Beast. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay. And London town with a record selection and mirror reflection and dancing with my sound. Yeah, way too long dancing with myself. Oh. what's the name of the Johnny Cash song? Yeah, the God will strike you down or something. Strike you down. God's gonna cut you down. Yeah. You can run on for a long time. Run on for a long time. Run on for a long time. Sooner or later, God'll cut you down. Sooner or later, God'll cut you down. Gonna tell that long-trunk liar. Gonna tell that midnight liar. Tell the rambler, the gambler, the backbiter. Tell him that God's gonna cut him down. Tell him that God's gonna cut him down. I'm resting my hand a little bit. It got stiff, so I need to like return a bit of circulation in it. Let's have a cool audiobook to listen to.
Chapter 1: Early Inhabitants of Greece. Although Greece, or Hellas, is only half as large as the state of New York, it holds a very important place in the history of the world. It is
Volume 2, The Life of Greece, Part 1, by Will Durant. Copyright 1939 by Will Durant. Copyright renewed 1966 by Will Durant. This recording of the full-length reading of The Life of Greece was published by arrangement with Monica Ariel Mehel, trustee Ethel B. Durant Trust, Monica Ariel Mehel and William James Durant Easton, and was produced in 1994 by Books on Tape Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Neither this recording nor any part thereof may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authority from Books on Tape Incorporated.
There you go, the guy just said I can't use it, so fuck him. Let's find something else.
Mass Effect Revelation by Drew Karpyshyn. Narrated by David Kalachi. Copyright 2007 by BioWare Corporation. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Del Rey Books, an imprint of the Random House. Now, nearly a decade later, the sudden unification of Earth's various quarters were small and cramped, and the data station he'd been working at was far from comfortable. Space on Alliance vessels was limited. Private cabins were typically reserved exclusively for the commanding officer of the ship. On most missions, even VIPs were expected to use the common mess or the communal sleeping pods. But Grissom was a living legend, and for him exceptions could be easily made. In this case, the captain had generously offered his own quarters for the relatively short trip to Arcturus. Grissom stretched, trying to work the knots out of his neck and shoulders. The Admiral rolled his head from side to side until he was rewarded with a satisfying crack of the vertebrae. He made a quick check of his uniform in the mirror. Keeping up appearances was one of the burdens of fame, before stepping out the door to make his way to the bridge in the bow of the starship. Various members of the crew paused in their duties to stand at attention and salute as he marched past their stations. He responded in kind, barely aware that he was doing so. In the 8 years since he had become a hero of the human race, he developed an instinctive ability to acknowledge the gestures of respect and admiration without any conscious awareness. Grissom's mind was still distracted with thoughts of how much everything had changed with the discovery of the alien bunker on Mars, a line of thinking that was not surprising given the unsettling reports from Shang-Chi. The revelation that humanity was not alone in the universe hadn't just impacted Earth's religions. It had far-reaching effects upon the political spectrum as well. But where religion had descended into the chaos of schisms and extremist splinter groups, politically the discovery had actually drawn humanity closer together. It had fundamentally united the inhabitants of Earth, the swift and sudden culmination of the pan-global cultural identity that had been slowly but steadily developing over the last century. Within a year, the Charter for the Human Systems Alliance, the first all-encompassing global coalition, had been written and ratified by Earth's 18 largest nation-states. For the first time in recorded history, the inhabitants of Earth began to see themselves as a single collective group, human as opposed to alien. The Systems Alliance military, a force dedicated to the protection and defense of Earth and its citizens against non-Terran threats, was formed soon after, drawing resources, soldiers, and officers from nearly every military organization on the planet. There were some who insisted the sudden unification of Earth's various governments into a single political entity had happened a little too quickly and conveniently. The infonets were swarming with theories claiming the Mars bunker had actually been discovered long before it was publicly announced. The report of the mining team unearthing it was just a well-timed cover story. The formation of the Alliance, they asserted, was in fact the final stage of a long and complicated series of secret international treaties and clandestine backroom deals that had taken years or even decades to negotiate. Public opinion generally dismissed such talk as conspiracy theory paranoia. Most people preferred the idealistic notion that the revelation was a catalyst that energized the governments and citizens of the world, driving them boldly forward into a brave new age of cooperation and mutual respect. Grissom was too jaded to fully buy into that fantasy. Privately, he couldn't help but wonder if the politicians had known more than they publicly admitted. Even now, he wondered if the communications drone carrying the distress call from Shang-Chi had caught them by surprise. Or had they been expecting something like this even before the alliance was formed? As he neared the bridge, he pushed all thoughts of alien research stations and shady conspiracies from his head. He was a practical man. The details behind the discovery of the bunker and the formation of the alliance didn't really matter to him. The alliance was sworn to protect and defend humanity throughout the stars, and everyone, including Grissom, had to play their part. Captain Eisenhorn, commanding officer of the New Delhi, gazed out through the large viewport built into the foredeck of the ship. What he saw there sent a shiver of wonder down his spine. Outside the window, the massive Arcturus space station grew steadily larger as the New Delhi approached. The Alliance fleet, nearly 200 vessels ranging from 20-man destroyers to dreadnoughts with crews of several hundred, stretched out from it in all directions, surrounding the station like an ocean of steel. The entire scene was illuminated by the orange glow emanating from the Type K red giant far in the distance, Arcturus, the system's sun for which the base had been named. The ships reflected the star's fiery glow, gleaming as if they burned with the flames of truth and triumph. Though Eisenhorn had been witness to this grand spectacle dozens of times, it never ceased to amaze him, a dazzling reminder of how far they had come in such a short time. The discovery on Mars had elevated humanity, binding them together with a new sense of singular purpose, as top experts from every field had united their resources in one glorious project, an attempt to unravel the technological mysteries stored inside the alien bunker. Almost immediately, it had become apparent that the Protheans, the name given to the unknown alien species, had been far more technologically advanced than humanity, and that they had vanished long, long ago. Most estimates place the find at nearly 50,000 years old, predating the evolution of modern man. However, the Protheans had built the station from materials unlike anything found naturally on Earth, and even the passing of 50 millennia had done little to damage the valuable treasures inside. Most remarkable were the data files the Protheans had left behind. Millions of tetrabytes worth of knowledge, still viable, though compiled in a strange and unfamiliar language. Deciphering the contents of those data files became the holy grail of virtually every scientist on Earth. It took months of round-the-clock study, but eventually the code of the Prothean language was broken, and the pieces began to fall into place. For conspiracy theorists, this was seen as fuel for their fire. It should have taken years, they argued, for anything useful to come out of the bunker. But their negativity went unheard or unheeded by most, left behind in the wake of spectacular scientific advances. It was as if a dam had ruptured and a cascade of knowledge and discovery had been unleashed to flood the human psyche. Research that previously took decades to achieve results now seemed to require mere months. Through the adaptation of Prothean technology, humanity was able to develop mass effect fields, enabling faster-than-light travel. No longer were vessels bound by the harsh and unforgiving limits of the space-time continuum. Similar leaps followed in other areas: clean and efficient new energy sources, ecological and environmental advances, terraforming. Within a year, the inhabitants of Earth began a rapid spread throughout the solar system. Ready access to resources from the other planets, moons, and asteroids allowed colonies to be established on orbiting space.
When it comes to the lore of the Mass Effect, it seems that we as a civilization were meant to reach the great filter theory, before we can expand over the universe. We always hit that peak, and we decline and disappear after that. But in this case, we found some kind of ancient technology, alien technology, in this book, and we built onto it, researched it and built onto it, and it gave us the ability to colonize the space for the first time in the human history, which is fucking awesome. Who didn't play Mass Effect game, I would strongly recommend that game. The game is great, awesome. Let's continue.
Stations. Massive terraforming projects began to transform the lifeless surface of Earth's own moon into a habitable environment. And Eisenhorn, like most people, didn't care to listen to those who stubbornly claimed humanity's new golden age was a carefully orchestrated sham that had actually begun decades earlier. "Officer on deck!" one of the crewmen barked out. The sound of the entire bridge staff standing to salute the new arrival told Captain Eisenhorn who it was even before he turned around. Admiral John Grissom was a man who commanded respect. Serious and stern, there was a gravity about him, an undeniable significance in his mere presence. "I'm surprised you're here," Eisenhorn said under his breath, turning back to gaze once more at the scene outside the window as Grissom crossed the bridge and took up position behind him. They'd known each other for nearly 20 years, having met as raw recruits during basic training with the U.S. Marine Corps before the Alliance even existed. Aren't you the one who's always saying the viewports are a tactical weakness on Alliance ships? Eisenhorn added. Have to do my part for the morale of the crew, Grissom whispered back. Figured I could help reinforce the glory of the Alliance if I came up here and stared out at the fleet all wistful and misty-eyed like you. Tact is the art of making a point without making an enemy, Eisenhorn admonished him. Sir Isaac Newton said that. I don't have any enemies, Grissom muttered. I'm a goddamn hero, remember? Eisenhorn considered Grissom a friend, but that didn't change the fact that he was a difficult man to like. Professionally, the Admiral projected the perfect image for an Alliance officer, smart, tough, and demanding. On duty he carried himself with an air of fierce purpose, unshakable confidence, and absolute authority that inspired loyalty and devotion in his troops. On a personal level, however, he could be moody and sullen. Things had only gotten worse once he'd been so visibly thrust into the public eye as an icon representing the entire Alliance. Years of being in the spotlight had seemingly transformed his harsh pragmatism into a cynical pessimism. Einhorn had expected him to be sour on this trip. The Admiral was never a fan of these kinds of public performances. But Grissom's mood had been particularly dark even for him, and the captain was beginning to wonder if there was something more going on. "You're not just here to speak to the graduating class, are you?" Eisenhorn asked, keeping his voice low. "Need-to-know basis," Grissom said curtly, just loud enough for the captain to hear. "You don't need to know." After a second he added, "You don't want to know." The two officers shared a minute of silence, simply staring out the viewport at the approaching station. "Admit it," Eisenhorn said, hoping to dispel the other man's bleak humor. "Seeing Arcturus surrounded by the entire Alliance fleet, it's an impressive sight." "The fleet won't look so impressive once it's spread out across a few dozen star systems," Grissom countered. "Our numbers are too small, and the galaxy's too damn big." Eisenhorn had to admit that Grissom was probably more aware of that than anyone. The technology of the Protheans had catapulted human society forward hundreds of years and allowed them to conquer the solar system, but it had required an even more amazing discovery to open up the vastness of space beyond their own sun.
Oh, just a second.
In 2149...
So it seems that according to this lore in Mass Effect book, the alien technology catapulted human engineering and technology and discovery up for like 100 years. So it just speed up. So if that is the case, then it was only a matter of time before humans, without any influence of alien technology, could actually colonize space. Interesting. I personally think that's not possible. I personally believe in the great filter theory when it comes to the space colonization.
A research team exploring the farthest fringes of human expansion realized that Charon, a small satellite orbiting Pluto, wasn't really a moon at all. It was actually an enormous piece of dormant Prothean technology, a mass relay. Floating for tens of thousands of years in the cold depths of space, it had become encased in a shell of ice and frozen debris several hundred kilometers thick. The experts back on Earth weren't completely unprepared for this particular revelation. The existence and purpose of mass relays had been mentioned in the data archives recovered from the Mars bunker. In simplest terms, the mass relays were a network of linked gates that could transport a ship from one relay to the next, instantaneously traversing thousands of light years. The underlying scientific theory behind the creation of mass relays was still beyond the scope of humanity's top experts. But even though they couldn't construct one themselves, scientists were able to reactivate the dormant relay they had stumbled across. The mass relay was a door that could open up the entire galaxy, or lead right into the heart of a burning star or black hole. Exploratory probes sent through immediately dropped out of contact, not unexpectedly, considering the notion that they were being instantly transported thousands of light years away. In the end, the only way to truly know what was on the other side was to send somebody through, someone willing to brave the great unknown and face whatever dangers and challenges waited on the other side. The Alliance hand-picked a crew of brave men and women, soldiers willing to risk their own lives, individuals ready to make the ultimate sacrifice in the name of discovery and progress. And to lead this crew, they chose a man of unique character and unquestioned strength, one they knew would not falter in the face of untold adversity, a man named John Grissom. Upon their successful return through the mass relay, the entire crew had been hailed as heroes, but the media had chosen Grissom, the imposing, solemn commander of the mission, to become the flag-bearer of the Alliance as humanity forged ahead into a new age of unparalleled discovery and expansion. "Whatever's happened," Eisenhorn said, still hoping he could pull Grissom back from his dark state of mind, "you have to believe we can deal with it. You and I never could have imagined that we could accomplish all this in such a short time." Grissom gave a snort of derision. "We couldn't have done a damn thing if it wasn't for the Protheans." Eisenhorn shook his head. While it had been the discovery and adaptation of Prothean technology that had opened up these great possibilities, it was the actions of people like Grissom that had transformed possibility into reality. "If I have seen farther, it is by standing on the shoulders of giants," Eisenhorn countered. "Sir Isaac Newton said that, too." "Why the obsession with Newton? He a relative or something?" "Actually, my grandfather was tracing our family's genealogy, and he—" "I didn't really want to know," Grissom growled, cutting him off. They were almost at their destination. The Arcturus space station dominated the entire window now, blocking out everything else. The docking bay loomed before them, a gaping hole in the gleaming hull of the station's exterior. "I should go," Grissom said with a weary sigh. "They'll want to see me come marching down the gangway as soon as we touch down." "Take it easy on those recruits," Eisenhorn suggested, only half joking. "Remember, they're barely more than kids." "I didn't come here to meet with a bunch of kids," Grissom replied. "I came here looking for soldiers." The first thing Grissom did when he arrived was request a private room. He was scheduled to address the entire graduating class at 1400 hours. In the 4 hours between then and now, he planned to conduct private interviews with a handful of the recruits. The brass at Arcturus weren't expecting his request, but they did their best to accommodate it. They set him up in a small room furnished with a desk, computer workstation, and a single chair. Grissom was sitting behind the desk reviewing the personnel files on the monitor one last time. Competition to be accepted into the N7 Specialist training program at Arcturus was fierce. Every recruit on the station had been hand-picked from the best young men and women the Alliance had to offer. Yet the handful of names on Grissom's list had distinguished themselves from the rest of the elite. Even here they stood out from the crowd. There was a knock at the door. 2 quick, firm raps. "Come in," the Admiral called out. The door slid open, and Second Lieutenant David Edward Anderson, the first name on Grissom's list.
Interrupt one more thing when it comes to this sci-fi movies and books and everything. So you all have the scenario when there is like some great endeavor that human civilization must reach, like, I don't know, traveling to the space and colonizing the space, or saving the Earth from some kind of catastrophe. You always have like the peak, the best of the best scientists, that are handpicked, by American government or global government or whatever, to deal with this stuff. And the reality is that would never be the case, in the real world, because in the higher politics that are played, there is always like the exception that you need to do as head of some larger project, to include somebody's preferable candidate, or somebody for for some how to say that role that is that comes with a big responsibility. So before announcing like the important crew, there will always be the political games behind it. So in this case, we would never have actually a best of the best scientists, independent scientists that are not inserted there by any of the government's agenda or the multi-parties agenda that are included in the project. So believe it or not, if by any bad destiny humankind come to this scenario where they have to choose, like for example, imagine Russians, Americans, Chinese, British, French, Germans, and I don't know, the rest of the leading countries and nations in the world have to choose like the best of their own scientists in order to create like some team that would you know, that would actually function throughout this project. For example, saving the Earth or colonizing space. The political games would be so much involved that there is no way there will be the best of the best. You know, like a dream team of scientists doing like that stuff. Only way it could happen if somebody is totally independent, as for example Elon Musk, but on a much larger scale. How to say, you know? So I find that scenario quite impossible in the real life. Therefore, if the time of the great filter comes, I think we don't have any chance to survive, just because of our nature and not because of, I don't know, technological disadvantages. Let's continue.
Walked in. Fresh out of training, he had already been marked for the ranks of junior officers, and looking at his file it was easy to see why. Grissom's list was arranged alphabetically, but based on Anderson's marks at the academy and the evaluations of his training officers, his name would probably have been right at the top regardless. The lieutenant was a tall man, 6'3" according to his file. At 20 years old he was just starting to fill out his large frame, still growing into his broad chest and wide square shoulders. His skin was dark brown, his black hair cut high and tight in accordance with Alliance regulations. His features, like most citizens in the multicultural society of the late 22nd century, were a mix of several different racial characteristics. Predominantly African, but Grissom thought he could see lingering traces of Central European and Native American ancestry as well. Anderson marched smartly across the floor and stopped directly in front of the desk, standing at attention as he snapped off a formal salute. "At ease, Lieutenant," Grissom ordered, instinctively returning the salute. The young man did as he was told, relaxing his stance so that he stood with his arms clasped behind his back and his legs spread wide. "Sir," he asked, "if I may?" Even though he was a junior officer making a request of a rear admiral, he spoke with confidence. There was no hesitation in his voice. Grissom scowled before nodding at him to continue. The file showed Anderson had been born and raised in London, but he had almost no discernible regional accent. His generic dialect was likely the product of cross-cultural exposure through e-schooling and the infonets, combined with a steady barrage of pan-global entertainment vids and music. "I just wanted to tell you what an honor it is meeting you in person, Admiral," the young man informed him. He wasn't gushing or fawning, for which Grissom was grateful. He simply stated it as a matter of fact. "I remember seeing you on the news after the Charon expedition when I was only 12. That's when I decided I wanted to join the Alliance. Are you trying to make me feel old, son?" Anderson started to smile, thinking it was a joke, but the smile withered under Grissom's glare. "No, sir," he replied, his voice still sure and strong. "I only meant you're an inspiration to us all." He'd expected the lieutenant to stutter and stammer out some kind of apology, but Anderson wasn't so easily rattled. Grissom made a quick note in his file. "I see it says here you're married, Lieutenant." "Yes, sir. She's a civilian. Lives back on Earth." "I was married to a civilian. Grissom told him. "We had a daughter. I haven't seen her in 12 years." Anderson was momentarily thrown off balance by the unexpected personal disclosure. I'm sorry, sir. It's hell keeping a marriage together when you're in the service," Grissom warned him. "You don't think worrying about a wife back on Earth is going to make it harder when you're out on a 6-month tour?" "Might make it easier, sir," Anderson countered. "It's nice to know I've got someone back home waiting for me." There was no hint of anger in the young man's voice, but it was clear he wasn't going to be intimidated, even when speaking to a rear admiral. Grissom nodded and made another note in the file. "Do you know why I scheduled this meeting, Lieutenant?" he asked. After a moment of serious consideration, Anderson simply shook his head. "No, sir. 12 days ago, an expedition fleet left our outpost at Shanxi. They were heading through the Shanxi Theta mass relay into an uncharted region of space, 2 cargo vessels and 3 frigates. They made contact with an alien species out there. Some kind of patrol fleet, we think. Only one of our frigates made it back." Grissom had just dropped a bombshell in the young man's lap, but Anderson's expression barely changed. His only reaction was a momentary widening of his eyes. "Protheans, sir?" he asked, driving right to the heart of the matter. "We don't think so," Grissom told him. "Technologically, they seem to be on about the same level as us." "How do we know that, sir?" "Because the ships Shanxi sent out to engage them the next day had enough firepower to wipe out their whole patrol." Anderson gasped, then took a deep breath to collect himself. Grissom didn't blame him. So far, he'd been impressed with how well the lieutenant had handled the whole situation. "Any further retaliation from the aliens, sir?" The kid was smart. His mind worked quickly, analyzing the situation and moving forward to the relevant questions after only a few seconds. "They sent reinforcements," Grissom informed him. "They captured Shanxi. We don't have any other details yet. Comm satellites are down. We only got word because someone got off a message drone just before Shanxi fell." Anderson nodded to show he understood, but he didn't say anything right away. Grissom was glad to see the young man had the patience to give himself time to process the information. It was a lot to wrap one's head around. "You're sending us into action, aren't you, sir?" "Alliance Command makes that decision," Grissom said. "All I can do is advise them. That's why I'm here." "I'm afraid I don't understand, Admiral." "Every military engagement has only 3 options, Lieutenant. Engage, retreat, or surrender." "We can't just turn our backs on Shanxi. We have to engage," Anderson exclaimed. "With all due respect, sir," he added a second later, remembering who he was talking to. "It's not that simple," Grissom explained. "This is completely unprecedented. We've never faced an enemy like this before. We know nothing about them. If we escalate this into a war against an alien species, we have no way to predict how it will end. They could have a fleet 1,000 times the size of ours. We could be on the verge of starting a war that will culminate in the total annihilation of the human race." Grissom paused for emphasis, letting his words sink in. "Do you honestly think we should take that risk, Lieutenant Anderson?" "You're asking me, sir?" "Alliance Command wants my advice before they make their decision." "But I'm not going to be on the front lines fighting the war, Lieutenant." "You were a squad leader during your N7 training. I want to know what you think. You believe our troops are ready for this?" Anderson frowned, thinking long and hard before he offered his answer. "Sir, I don't think we have any other choice," he said, choosing his words carefully. "Retreat isn't an option. Now that the aliens know about us, they aren't just going to sit at Shanxi and do nothing. Eventually, we'll have to either engage or surrender." "And you don't think surrender is an option?" "I don't think humanity could survive being subjugated under alien rule," Anderson replied. "Freedom is worth fighting for." "Even if we lose?" Grissom pressed. "This isn't just about what you're willing to sacrifice, soldier. We provoke them and this war could make its way to Earth. Think about your wife. Are you willing to risk her life for the sake of freedom?" "I don't know, sir," was Anderson's solemn reply. "Are you willing to condemn your daughter to the life of a slave?" "That's the answer I was looking for," Grissom said with a sharp nod. "With enough soldiers like you, Anderson, humanity just might be ready for this after all." Chapter 1. 8 years later. Staff Lieutenant David Anderson, executive officer on the SSV Hastings, rolled out of his bunk at the first sound of the alarm. His body moved instinctively, conditioned by years of active service aboard Systems Alliance space vessels. By the time his feet hit the floor, he was already awake and alert, his mind evaluating the situation. The alarm rang again, echoing off the hull to rebound throughout the ship. 2 short blasts, repeating over and over. A general call to stations. At least they weren't under immediate attack. As he pulled his uniform on, Anderson ran through the possible scenarios. The Hastings was a patrol vessel in the Skyllian Verge, an isolated region on the farthest fringes of Alliance space. Their primary purpose was to protect the dozens of human colonies and research outposts scattered across the sector. A general call to stations probably meant they'd spotted an unauthorized vessel in Alliance territory. Either that, or they were responding to a distress call. Anderson hoped it was the former. It wasn't easy getting dressed in the tight confines of the sleeping quarters he shared with 2 other crewmen, but he'd had lots of practice. In less than a minute he had his uniform on, his boots secured, and was moving quickly through the narrow corridors toward the bridge, where Captain Belliard would be waiting for him. As the executive officer, it fell to Anderson to relay the captain's orders to the enlisted crew, and to make sure those orders were properly carried out. Space was the most precious resource on any military vessel, and Anderson was constantly reminded of this as he encountered other crewmen heading in the opposite direction as they rushed to their assigned posts. Invariably they would press themselves against the corridor walls in an effort to let Anderson by, snapping off awkward salutes to their superior as he squeezed past them. But despite the cramped conditions, the entire process was carried out with an efficiency and crisp precision that was the hallmark of every crew in the Alliance fleet. Anderson was almost at his destination. He was passing navigation, where he noticed a pair of junior officers making rapid calculations and applying them to a 3-dimensional star chart projected above their consoles. They each gave their XO a curt but respectful nod as he passed, too engrossed in their duties to be encumbered by the formality of a true salute. Anderson responded with a grim tilt of his head. He could see they were plotting a route through the nearest mass relay. That meant the Hastings was responding to a distress call. And the brutal truth was that more often than not their response came too late. In the years following the First Contact War, humanity had spread out too far and too fast. They didn't have enough ships to properly patrol a region the size of the Verge. Settlers who lived out here knew the threat of attacks and raids was all too real, and too often the Hastings touched down on a world only to find a small but thriving colony reduced to corpses, burned-out buildings, and a handful of shell-shocked survivors. Anderson still hadn't found a good way to cope with being a first-hand witness to that kind of death and destruction. He'd seen action during the war, but this was different. That had been primarily ship-to-ship warfare, killing enemy combatants from tens of thousands of kilometers away. It wasn't the same as picking through the charred rubble and blackened bodies of civilians. The First Contact War, despite its name, had been a short and relatively bloodless campaign. It began when an Alliance patrol inadvertently trespassed on the territory of the Turian Empire. For humanity, it had been their first encounter with another intelligent species. For the Turians, it was an invasion by an aggressive and previously unknown race. Misunderstanding and overreaction on both sides had led to several intense battles between patrols and scout fleets, but the conflict never erupted into a full-scale planetary war. The escalating hostilities and sudden deployment of Turian fleets had drawn the attention of the greater galactic community, luckily for humanity. It turned out the Turians were only one species among a dozen, each independent, but voluntarily united beneath the rule of a governing body known as the Citadel Council. Eager to prevent interstellar war with the newly emerged humans, the Council had intervened, revealing itself to the Alliance and brokering a peaceful resolution between them and the Turians. Less than 2 months after it had begun, the First Contact War was officially over. 623 human lives had been lost. Most of the casualties were sustained in the first encounter and during the Turian attack on Shanxi. Turian losses were slightly higher. The Alliance fleet sent to liberate the captured outpost had been ruthless, brutal, and very thorough. But on a galactic scale, the losses to both sides were minor. Humanity had been pulled back from the brink of a potentially devastating war, and instead became the newest member of a vast interstellar pan-species society. Anderson climbed the 3 steps separating the forward deck of the bridge from the main level of the ship. Captain Belliard was hunched over a small view-screen, studying a stream of incoming transmissions. He stood up straight as Anderson approached, and returned his executive officer's salute with one of his own. "We've got trouble, Lieutenant. We picked up a distress call when we linked up to the comm relays," the captain explained by way of greeting. "I was afraid of that, sir. It came from Sidon." Sidon? Anderson recognized the name. "Don't we have a research base there?" Belliard nodded. "A small one. 15 security personnel, 12 researchers, 6 support staff." Anderson frowned. This was no ordinary attack. Raiders preferred to hit defenseless settlements and bug out before Alliance reinforcements arrived on the scene. A well-defended base like Sidon wasn't their typical target. It felt more like an act of war. The Turians were allies of the Human Systems Alliance now, at least officially, and the Skillian Verge was far too removed from Turian territory for them to get involved in any conflicts out here. But there were other species vying with humanity for control of the region. The Alliance was in direct competition with the Batarian government to establish a presence in the Verge, but so far the 2 rival species had managed to avoid any real violence in their confrontations. Anderson doubted they'd start with something like this. Still, there were plenty of other groups out there with the means and motive to hit an Alliance stronghold. Some of them were even made up of humans, non-affiliated terrorist organizations, and multi-species guerrilla factions eager to strike a blow against the powers that be, illegal paramilitary troops looking to stock up on high-grade weapons, independent mercenary bands hoping for one big score. "Might be helpful to know what Sidon was working on, Captain," Anderson suggested. "They're a top security clearance facility," the captain replied with a shake of the head. "I can't even get schematics for the base, never mind get anyone to tell me what they were working on." Anderson frowned. Without schematics, his team would be going in blind, giving up any tactical advantage they might have had from knowing the layout of the battleground. This mission just kept getting better and better. "What's our ETA, sir?" 46 minutes. Finally, some good news. The Hastings followed random patrol routes. It was pure chance they happened to be this close to the source of the distress call. With luck, they could still get there in time. "I'll have the ground team ready, Captain." "You always do, Lieutenant." Anderson turned to go, acknowledging his commanding officer's compliment with a simple, "Aye, aye, sir." In the black void of space,
Hey, Swiper. Okay, let's see. Let's see. This was made by experimenting on your voice, yeah? You like edited it? Yeah, man. Just let's go with a little bit more It's work in progress. I discovered how to manipulate my voice and make it an instrument. Nice, dude. So you can now use it as sound for the notes, yeah? Great, man, great. Okay, dabble further and send me the update. I'll be I'll be happy to listen to it. Try with the clearer words, you know. Let's hear some phrases and the notes at the same time. I can make the great Pichku Mater song. I bet you can, my friend. I believe in you. Give me the best Pichku Mater you can.
The Hastings was all but invisible to the naked eye. Surrounded by a self-generated mass effect field and traveling nearly 50 times faster than the speed of light, it was little more.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I'm waiting.
The vessel altered its flight path
I wish you also a good luck in your future endeavors.
that sent the ship hurtling toward the nearest mass relay, nearly 5 billion kilometers away. At a speed of nearly 15 million kilometers per second, it didn't take long before their destination was in range. 10,000 kilometers out from their target, the helmsman took the Element Zero drive core offline, disengaging the mass effect fields. Blue shifted energy waves radiated off the ship as it dropped out of FTL, igniting the darkness of space like a flare. The illumination of the blazing ship reflected off the mass relay, growing steadily larger on the horizon. Although completely alien in design, the construction closely resembled an enormous gyroscope. At its center was a sphere made up of 2 concentric rings spinning around a single axis. Each ring was nearly 5 kilometers across, and 2 15-kilometer arms protruded out from one end of the constantly rotating middle. The entire structure sparkled and flashed with white bursts of crackling energy. At a signal from the Alliance vessel, the mass relay began to move. It turned ponderously on its axis, orienting itself with the linked relay hundreds of light-years away. The Hastings picked up speed as it headed straight for the center of the enormous alien construct on a pre-calculated approach vector. The rings at the relay's heart began to spin faster, accelerating until they were nothing but a whirling blur. The sporadic bursts of energy emanating from its core became a solid, pulsing glow, growing in strength and intensity until it was almost impossible to look at. The Hastings was less than 500 kilometers away when the relay fired. A discharge of dark energy swept out from the spinning rings like a wave, engulfing the ship. It shimmered momentarily, then disappeared as if snuffed out of existence. Instantaneously, it winked back into reality 1,000 light-years from its previous location, emerging from apparent nothingness with a bright blue flash in the vicinity of a completely different mass relay. The drive core of the Hastings roared to life, and it jumped to FTL, vanishing into the darkness with a red-shifted burst of heat and radiation. Rapidly left behind, the receiving relay began to power down, the rings at its center already decelerating. "We've cleared the mass relay. Engaging drive core. ETA to Sidon, 26 minutes. Huddled in the cargo hold with the other 4 members of the ground team, it was almost impossible to hear the sound of the voice coming over the shipboard intercom above the roaring of the engines. Not that Anderson needed to hear the updates to know what was happening. His stomach was still churning from the jump through the mass relay. Scientifically, he knew the motion sickness shouldn't happen. Travel between relays, the jump from an originating or transmitting relay to the destination or receiving relay, was an instantaneous event. It took no time to occur, therefore it couldn't possibly have any physical effect on his body. But while he acknowledged this theoretical fact, Anderson knew from first-hand experience that it wasn't true in practice. Maybe this time the tightness in his gut was just a bad feeling about what they'd find when they reached the Sidon facility. Whoever had attacked the research base had been willing to take on 15 Alliance Marines. Even using the element of surprise to their advantage, they must have been a formidable force. The Alliance should be sending a troop transport in as reinforcements, not a patrol frigate that could only assemble a 5-person ground team. But nobody else was close enough to answer the distress call in time, and most Alliance vessels were too big to go planetside anyway. The Hastings was small enough to enter a world's atmosphere and touch down on its surface and still be able to take off again. Anything bigger than a frigate would have to ferry troops down using shuttles or dropships, and they didn't have time for that. At least they were going in heavy. Every member of the ground team was wearing body armor equipped with fully charged kinetic shield generators, as well as 3/4 visored headgear. They each carried half a dozen grenades and the Alliance's standard-issue Han Keter G912 assault rifle. The ammo clip on each weapon held over 4,000 rounds. Miniature pellets smaller than grains of sand. When fired at sufficient velocity, the nearly microscopic projectiles were capable of inflicting massive damage. That was the real problem. No matter how advanced defensive technology got, it was always a step behind. The Alliance spared no expense when it came to protecting its soldiers. Their body armor was top of the line, and their kinetic shields were the latest military prototype. But it still wasn't enough to withstand a direct hit from close range with heavy weapons. If they were going to survive this mission, it wasn't going to be because of their equipment. It always came down to two things: training and leadership. Their lives were in Anderson's hands now, and he could sense their unease. Alliance Marines were well trained to deal with the mental and physical stress of the human body's natural fight-or-flight instincts. But this was more than the normal adrenaline rush of impending combat. He'd been careful not to expose his own doubts. He'd projected an image of absolute confidence and composure. But the members of his team were smart enough to figure things out on their own. They could put the pieces together just as he had. Like the lieutenant, they knew ordinary raiders wouldn't attack a heavily defended Alliance base. Anderson didn't believe in giving motivational speeches. They were all professionals here. But even for Alliance soldiers, those last nervous minutes before a mission were harder to endure in total silence. Besides, there was no sense hiding from the truth. "Everyone stay sharp," he said, knowing the rest of the team could hear him clearly over the rumbling of the engines through the radios inside their helmets. "I get the feeling this wasn't just some slavers pulling a quick grab and run." "Batarian, sir?" The question came from Gunnery Chief Jill Da. A year older than Anderson, she'd already been an Alliance Marine on active duty back when he was still taking N-7 training at Arcturus. They'd served in the same unit during the First Contact War. She stood just over 6'3", making her taller than most of the men she served with. She was stronger than a lot of them, too, judging by her wide shoulders, the well-defined muscles of her arms, and her generally large but not ill-proportioned frame. Some of the other soldiers in the unit had called her Amy, short for Amazon, but never to her face. And when the fighting started, they were all glad to have her on their side. Anderson liked Da, but she had a habit of rubbing people the wrong way. She didn't believe in diplomacy. If she had an opinion, she let everybody know it, which probably explained why she was still a non-commissioned officer. Still, the lieutenant realized that if she asked a question, it meant most of the others were probably wondering the exact same thing. "Let's not jump to any conclusions, Chief. Any idea what they were working on over at Sidon?" This time it was Corporal Ahmed O'Reilly, technicians expert, asking the question. "Classified, that's all I know, so be ready for anything." The other two members of the team, Private Second Class Indigo Lee and PFC Dan Shea, didn't bother to comment, and the team lapsed once more into an uneasy silence. Nobody felt good about this mission, but Anderson knew they'd follow his lead. He'd brought them through the fire enough times to earn their trust. "Approaching Sidon," the intercom crackled. "No response on any frequencies." That was grim news. If any Alliance personnel were still alive inside the base, they should have answered the Hastings call. Anderson slammed his visor down to shield his face, and the rest of the crew followed suit. A minute later they felt the turbulence as the ship entered the tiny planet's atmosphere. At a nod from Anderson, his team made a final weapons, comm, and shields check. "We have a visual of the base," the intercom crackled. "No ships on the ground, and we're not picking up any non-Alliance vessels in the vicinity." "Damn cowards already cut and ran," Anderson heard Da mutter over the radio in his helmet. With the Hastings' quick response time, Anderson had been hoping they'd arrive to catch the enemy in the act. But he wasn't really surprised there were no other ships in the area. A raid against a target as well defended as Sidon would have required at least 3 vessels working together. The 2 larger ships would land on the surface and unload assault teams, while a small scout vessel would stay in orbit, monitoring the nearby mass relay for any signs of activity. The scout must have seen it spring to life as the Hastings approached the connecting relay on the far side of the region and radioed the ships on the ground. The advance warning would have given them just enough time to lift off, clear the planet's atmosphere, and engage their FTL drives before the Hastings arrived. The ships involved in the attack on the base were long gone. But in their hurried escape, they might have been forced to leave some of their troops behind. A few seconds later there was a heavy thump as the ship touched down at the landing port of the Sidon Research Facility. The interminable waiting was over. The pressure door of the Hastings cargo hold hissed open, and the gangway ramp descended. "Ground team," came Captain Belliard's voice over the intercom. "You are cleared to go." Chapter 2. Gunnery Chief Da and Lee, the 2 Marines on point, scuttled down the gangway. Weapons drawn, they scanned the area for a possible ambush, while Anderson, O'Reilly, and Shea covered them from the hold above. "Landing zone secured," Da reported across the radio frequency. Once the entire team was on the ground, Anderson took stock of the situation. The landing port was small, room for 3 frigates or maybe a pair of cargo ships. It was located a few hundred meters from a pair of heavy blast doors that led into the structure of the base itself, a rectangular single-story building that barely looked large enough to house the 33 people assigned to the project, let alone any kind of labs for research. The exterior looked eerily normal. There was no hint that anything was out of the ordinary, other than a half-dozen large crates near one of the other landing pads. That's how the attack began, Anderson thought to himself. Equipment and supplies coming in would have been ferried by hand from arriving ships on cargo sleds up to the doors. Sidon must have been expecting a shipment. When the raiders touched down, they would have begun unloading the crates. Someone inside would have opened the blast doors, and 2 or 3 of Sidon's security detail would have come out to help with the cargo, and been gunned down by enemy troops hiding inside the holds of the ships. "Strange there are no bodies out here," Da noted, echoing Anderson's own thoughts. "Must have dragged them away after they secured the landing port," Anderson said, not certain why anyone would want to do that. Using hand signals, he motioned his team across the deserted landing port and up to the entrance of the base. The sliding blast doors were featureless and smooth. They were controlled by a simple security panel on the wall. But the fact that the doors were closed didn't sit well with the lieutenant. Anderson was at the head of the team. They all stopped short when he crouched down and held up a raised fist. He held up 2 fingers, signaling for O'Reilly. Hunched over, the corporal moved to the head of the line and fell in beside his leader, resting on one knee. "Any reason those doors should be closed?" the lieutenant asked him in a sharp whisper. "Seems a little weird," he admitted. "If someone wanted to wipe out the base, why bother sealing the doors when you leave?" "Check it out," Anderson told his tech expert. "Take it slow and careful." O'Reilly hit a button on his assault rifle, causing the handle, stock, and barrel to fold in on themselves until the gun was a compact rectangle, half its normal length. He slapped the collapsed weapon into the locking holster on his hip. From a pocket on his other leg he pulled out an omnitool and crept forward, using it to scan the area for faint signals that would indicate the presence of any unusual electronics. "Nice catch, LT," he muttered after checking the results. "Proximity mine wired to the door." The corporal made a few adjustments to the Omnitool, emitting a short energy pulse to jam the sensors on the mine so he could creep forward close enough to disarm it. The entire process took less than a minute. Anderson held his breath the whole time, only releasing it when O'Reilly turned and gave him the thumbs up to indicate that the trap had been rendered harmless. A nod from Anderson sent the rest of the team rushing forward to breach the door, taking up their pre-assigned positions. Anderson and Shea moved to either side of the entrance, backs pressed against the exterior wall of the building. Chief Da crouched low, in line with the door, a few meters away. Behind her, and slightly off to the side, Lee had his assault rifle raised and pointed at the entrance, providing Da's cover. O'Reilly, crouched down beside Anderson, reached up and punched in the access code on the panel. As the door slid open, Da tossed a flashbang grenade from her belt into the foyer beyond, then dove to the side and rolled for cover. Lee did the same as the grenade detonated with a blinding flash of light and a fog of thin, wispy smoke. An instant after the blast, Anderson and Shea spun in through the door, rifles raised and ready to gun down any enemies inside. It was a classic flash-and-clear maneuver, executed with flawless precision. But the room beyond the door was empty, save for a few splatters of blood on the floor and walls. "All clear," Anderson said, and the rest of the team came in to join him. The entry was a plain room with a single hallway leading off the back wall deeper into the base. There was a small table flipped in the corner and several overturned chairs. A monitor on the wall showed an image of the landing port outside. "Guard post," Da said, the evidence confirming for her what Anderson had suspected earlier. "Probably 4 of them stationed here to keep an eye on the spaceport. Must have opened the blast doors when the ships landed and went out to help them unload their cargo." "I've got blood smears heading down this hallway, Lieutenant," Private Indigo called out. "Looks like the bodies were dragged out of this room and back into the facility." Anderson still couldn't figure out why anyone would drag the bodies away like this, but at least it gave them a clear trail. The ground team slowly made their way deeper into the base, following the smears of blood. The trail took them through to the cafeteria, where they saw more overturned tables and chairs, as well as holes in the walls and ceiling, clear indication that the room had recently been witness to a brief but intense firefight. Further in, they passed 2 separate dormitory wings. The door to each individual room had been kicked open, and the interiors, like the cafeteria, were riddled with bullet holes. A picture formed in Anderson's mind. The attackers, once inside, systematically going from room to room, massacring everyone in a hail of gunfire, and then dragging the bodies away with them. By the time they reached the back of the building, they had yet to see any sign that enemy troops were still here. They did, however, make a separate discovery that none of them had been expecting. At the very rear of the facility was a single large elevator going straight down into the earth below. "No wonder this base looks so small," O'Reilly exclaimed. "All the good stuff is buried underground." "Damn, I wish we knew what they were working on," he muttered a moment later in a more somber tone. "God knows what we're about to walk into." Anderson agreed, but he was concerned with a more immediate detail. According to the panel on the side of the wall, the elevator was down at the bottom level. If someone had gone into the lower floors of the base, only to flee when they got word the Hastings was coming, the elevator should have been on the top floor. "Something wrong, LT?" Da asked. "Somebody took that elevator down," he said, tilting his head in the direction of the panel. "But they never took it back up." "You think they're still down there?" the gunnery chief asked, her tone making it clear she hoped they were. The lieutenant nodded, the hint of a grim smile on his lips. "So what happened to their ships?" Private Shea asked, still not piecing it all together. "Whoever attacked this base came for something," Anderson replied. "Whatever they were looking for wasn't up here. They must have sent a team down to the lower levels to finish up the job. Probably only left a few men up here to keep an eye on things." But they weren't counting on an Alliance patrol ship being close enough to respond to the distress call so quickly. When their scout ship sent word someone was coming through the mass relay, they knew they had about 20 minutes to pick up and clear out. I bet they never even bothered to tell their buddies down below. What? Why not? Why wouldn't they tell them? These elevators might go down 2 full kilometers, Corporal O'Reilly chimed in, helping to spell it out for the inexperienced private. Looks like the comm panel to the lower level was destroyed in the gunfire. No chance of getting a radio message to anyone down below through that much rock and ore, and it could take 10 minutes for the elevator to make the trip one way. If they wanted to alert their friends in the basement, it'd take half an hour. 10 minutes to call the elevator up from the lower floor, 10 minutes to send someone from the top down to warn them, then 10 more minutes back up again, he continued. By then it'd be too late. Easier just to bug out and leave the others behind. Shay's eyes were wide with disbelief. They just abandon their friends? That's what separates mercenaries from soldiers, Anderson told him before turning his focus back to the mission. This changes things. We've got an enemy unit down there, and they have no idea an Alliance squad is up above waiting for them. We can set up an ambush, Da said. As soon as those elevator doors open, we start firing and rip those sons of bitches to ribbons. She was speaking quickly, a wicked gleam in her eye. They won't stand a chance. Anderson thought for a second, then shook his head. It's obvious this is a seek-and-destroy mission. They aren't planning on leaving any survivors. There could still be Alliance personnel alive on the lower levels. If there's any chance we can still save them, we have to try. Could be dangerous, sir, O'Reilly warned. We're assuming they don't know we're here. If they somehow do, then we'll be the ones walking into an ambush. That's a risk we'll have to take, Anderson said, slamming his fist against the wall panel to call the elevator back up to the surface. We're going in after them. The rest of the group, including O'Reilly, responded with a sharp, "Sir, yes, sir." The long, slow elevator descent was even more agonizing than the wait in the ship's hull at the start of the mission. Minute by minute the tension grew as they sank deeper and deeper beneath the planet's surface. The lieutenant could hear the faint hum of the elevator winch, a dull drone boring into the back of his skull that grew steadily fainter but never entirely disappeared as they dropped even farther down the shaft. The air became heavy, warm, and moist. He felt his ears pop, and he noticed a strange smell in the air, an unfamiliar stench he imagined was a mixture of sulphurous gases mingling with alien molds and subterranean fungi. Anderson was sweating profusely beneath his body armor, and he kept having to reach up with a free hand to wipe away the fog condensing on his visor. He did his best not to think about what would happen if the doors opened and the enemy was ready and waiting for them on the other side. When they finally reached the bottom of the shaft, the enemy was waiting for them, but they sure as hell weren't ready. The elevator opened into a large antechamber, a natural cave filled with stalagmites, stalactites, and thick limestone columns. The artificial light strung across the ceiling illuminated the entire chamber, reflecting off thick veins of glistening metallic ore in the cavern's countless natural rock formations. At the far end was a passage that served as the cave's only other exit, a long tunnel that wound around a corner and out of sight. The enemy forces, close to a dozen armed and armored mercenaries, were coming toward them from the far side of the chamber. They were laughing and joking, weapons at their sides as they headed for the elevator that would bring them back to the planet's surface. It only took Anderson a fraction of a second to decide they looked like murdering raiders and not Alliance personnel, and he gave the order to fire. His team had been poised and ready as the elevator doors opened, and they reacted almost instantaneously to his command, charging forward from the elevator with a barrage of gunfire. The first wave of their attack ripped into the pack of unsuspecting mercs. The fight would have ended right then if it wasn't for their body armor and kinetic shields. 3 of the enemy combatants dropped to the floor, but enough of the deadly projectiles were deflected or absorbed so that the rest of them were able to fall back and dive for cover behind the boulders and stalagmites that littered the cavern's floor. The next few seconds of the battle were utter chaos. Anderson's team pushed forward, scrambling to use the cave's rock formations for cover. They had to fan out quickly before enemy crossfire could pin the entire group down in a single location. The cavern echoed with the staccato recoil of assault rifles and the sharp zip-zip-zip of bullets ricocheting off the rock formations and walls, and the incandescent tracer bullets that made up every fifth round ignited the room with a ghostly luminescence. Sprinting to a nearby large stalagmite, Anderson felt an all-too-familiar shudder as his kinetic shields repulsed several shots that would have otherwise found their mark. He hit the ground and rolled as a line of bullets struck the floor just in front of him, disintegrating the stone and sending tiny showers of water and dust up under his visor and into his face. He came to his feet, spitting out the foul grit, instinctively checking the remaining power on his shields. He was down to 20%. Not nearly enough to give him a fighting chance if he had to make another run through direct enemy fire. "Shield status!" Anderson shouted into his radio. The numbers came back at him rapid fire. 20, 25, 20, 10! His team was still at full strength, but their shields had taken a beating. They had lost their initial advantage of surprise, and they were now facing an enemy squad nearly double their number. But Alliance soldiers were trained to work as a team, to cover for each other and watch one another's back. They trusted their teammates, and they trusted their leader. He figured that would give them the edge they needed over a band of mercs. "Da, Lee, move up on the right!" he barked. "Try to flank them!" The lieutenant rolled to his right, emerging from behind the stalagmite, shielding him from view, and firing a quick covering burst in the direction of the enemy. He wasn't trying to hit anything. Even with the smart targeting technology built into all personal firearms, it was almost impossible to hit a human-sized target without taking at least a half-second to steady and aim. But inflicting damage was not his goal. All he wanted to do was disrupt the enemy so they wouldn't have time to line up Lee or Da while they alternately advanced, darting in and out of cover. After a 2-second burst, he rolled back behind his own cover. It wasn't good to stay out in view in one place for too long. Even as he did so, Shea popped out from behind a large boulder to lay down another covering burst for his squadmates on the move, and as he ducked back to safety, O'Reilly filled in. As soon as the corporal pulled back, Anderson poked his head out and fired again. This time he emerged from the left side of the stalagmite. Jumping out from behind cover in the same position twice in a row was a sure way to catch an enemy round in the teeth. He ducked back in and heard Da over his radio saying, "In position, laying down cover fire." Now it was his turn to move. "I'm on the go!" he shouted just before he scrambled out into the open, crouched low and running hard for another nearby piece of the cave's natural architecture that was large enough to protect him from enemy bullets. Skidding to a stop behind a thick column, he had just enough time to catch his breath and lay down covering fire as he ordered Shea and O'Reilly to make their runs. Again and again they repeated the process, Anderson sending one person on the move while the others laid down covering fire to keep the enemy on the defensive. He varied who would go each time. The key was to keep the team moving and keep their opponents off balance. Staying in one place would let their enemies focus on them and bring multiple shooters to bear or, even worse, start lobbing grenades in their direction. But there had to be purpose and direction to the movement. They had to follow a plan. For all the mayhem and random confusion of battle, the lieutenant had been trained to approach firefights like a game of chess. It was all about tactics and strategy, protecting and defending your pieces as you maneuvered them one by one to develop a stronger overall position. Working as a single unit, the Alliance squad was pushing its advantage one soldier at a time, slowly maneuvering themselves to where they could flank the enemy, drive them from their cover, and catch them in the crossfire. The mercs could feel it happening too. They were pinned down by the coordinated efforts of Anderson and his crew, trapped, virtually helpless. It was only a matter of time before they launched a suicidal counter-assault or broke ranks in a desperate retreat. In this case, they chose the latter. It seemed to happen all at once. The mercs burst from their cover, backpedaling toward the passage behind them as they fired wild bursts in the vague direction of the Alliance soldiers. Exactly what Anderson and his team had been waiting for. As the mercs fell back, Anderson stood up from behind the boulder he was using for cover. He was exposing his head and shoulders, but someone running backwards while shooting an assault rifle would be lucky to hit the broadside of a battleship, let alone a target half the size of a human torso. He braced his weapon on the top of the boulder to steady it, took careful aim at one of the mercs, let his weapon's auto-targeting systems get a hard lock, then slowly squeezed the trigger. The merc did a short, stuttering dance as a steady stream of bullets depleted his shields, shredded his armor, and ripped through his flesh. The whole sequence took maybe 4 seconds from start to finish, an eternity if they had been worried about someone on the other side calmly lining them up in their sights. But with that threat now gone, Anderson had more than enough time to guarantee his aim was lethally accurate. He even had a chance to line up a second merc and take her down too. And he wasn't the only one taking advantage of the situation. All told, his team dropped 7 of the mercs during their desperate retreat. Only 2 managed to escape with their lives, making it to the safety of the passage and disappearing around the corner. Chapter 3. Anderson didn't immediately send his crew chasing after the fleeing mercs. As soon as they lost visual contact with their enemy, pursuing them turned into a fool's game. Every corner, turn, or branching hallway they'd come across would represent a chance for a potential ambush. Instead, Da, O'Reilly, and Lee took up defensive positions guarding the passage in case the mercs came back, possibly with reinforcements. With the only point of insurgents covered, Anderson and Shea were free to examine the bodies. They'd killed 10 mercs in the battle. Now they were picking through their corpses, a ghoulish but necessary denouement to every engagement. Step 1 was to identify any wounded survivors who could pose a potential threat. Anderson was relieved to find all of the downed fighters were already dead. It wasn't Alliance policy to execute helpless foes, but taking prisoners would have introduced a whole new set of logistical problems to a mission that was already complicated enough. The next step was to try and identify who they were working for. 5 of the dead were Batarians, 3 were humans, and 2 were Turians. 8 males, 2 females. Their equipment was a hodgepodge of military and commercial arms from a wide variety of manufacturers. Officially recognized military units tended to be made up of a single species and carried only one brand of weapons and armor, the inevitable result of corporations signing exclusive supply contracts with the overseeing governments. These were most likely soldiers of fortune, members of one of the Verge's many freelance mercenary bands that had hired themselves out to the highest bidders. Most mercs had tattoos or brands burned into their flesh proclaiming their allegiance to one group or another, usually prominently displayed on the arms, neck, and face. But the only markings Anderson found on the fallen were indistinct splotches of raw, scabby skin. He was disappointed, but not surprised. For jobs where secrecy was important, crews often had their markings removed with an exfoliating acid wash, then reapplied after the mission, a simple but painful procedure that was charged back to whoever had hired them. Obviously, the group hired to attack Sidon had feared Alliance retaliation and done their best to remove anything that might expose them if something went wrong. There had still been no counterattack from the enemy by the time Anderson and Shea finished stripping the bodies of grenades, metagel, and anything else useful and small enough to easily carry. "Looks like they're not coming out again," Da grumbled as Anderson came over to stand beside her. "Then we have to go in after them," Anderson replied, slapping a fresh power pack into his kinetic shield generator. "We can't wait out here forever, and there's still a chance we'll find some of our own people alive down here." "Or more mercs," O'Reilly muttered, replacing his own power pack. The corporal was only saying what they were all thinking. For all they knew, there was another full enemy squad deeper inside the base, and the 2 men who'd fled the battle had already managed to warn the reinforcements. But even though they might be walking into a trap, they couldn't turn back now. The lieutenant gave the rest of the team a moment to gear up before shouting, "Da! Shea! Take the point! Let's move out!" They advanced into the rough-hewn passage, maintaining a standard Alliance patrol formation. The two Marines on point up front, Anderson and O'Reilly 3 meters behind them in the middle, and Lee 3 meters behind them, watching their backs. They all had weapons raised and ready as they made slow but steady progress through the uneven, irregular tunnel that had been bored through the rock. They were officially in a hot zone now, and caution was more important than speed. One moment of careless inattention could cost all of them their lives. 10 meters in, the corridor turned sharply to the left. The team stopped short at a hand signal from Da, who crept forward and poked her head around the corner, momentarily exposing herself to possibly enemy fire before ducking back. When she gave them the all-clear, they continued on. Beyond the corner, the passage continued for another 20 meters before reaching a sealed security door. The heavy metal barrier was closed and locked. Anderson signaled to O'Reilly, and the corporal moved forward to work his tech magic and override the lockdown codes. The rest of the team assumed standard positions for another flash and clear procedure. "If those mercs are locking the security doors," Da whispered to her commanding officer as they waited for the door to open, "then that means they have codes for the base. Someone on the inside must have been working with them." Anderson didn't reply, but he gave a grim nod. He didn't like the idea that someone inside Sidon had betrayed the Alliance, but it was the only explanation that made sense. The mercs had known the facility was expecting an off-world shipment, and they must have had the proper landing codes to get their ships on the surface without raising any alarms. They'd been familiar enough with the layout to clear out the upper area and make their way to the elevators at the back without letting anyone escape. And they had to have access to restricted lockdown codes to seal the security door. All the evidence pointed to the inescapable conclusion that there had been a traitor at Sidon. The door slid open and the team sprang into action, using a flash grenade to blind anyone on the other side, then charging in only to find the area beyond empty. They were now standing in a large square room about 20 meters on each side. The shiny metal walls, ceiling, and reinforced floor made it clear they were now entering the heart of the research facility. Everything had a sleek, modern feel, a sharp contrast to the rough-hewn natural tunnels they had just passed through. There was a hall leading off to the left and another to the right. "I've got a blood trail over here," O'Reilly called out on the left. "Looks fresh." "We follow it," Anderson decided. "Lee and Shea, set up position here." He didn't like splitting up the team, but they didn't know the layout of the base. He didn't want any of the mercs doubling around behind them and making it back to the elevator. "Da, O'Reilly, fall in." Leaving the two privates to guard the only way out, Anderson and the others set off down the hall on the left, moving ever deeper into the research complex. They passed several more intersections, but Anderson wasn't willing to split his squad up yet again. Instead, the three of them simply followed the blood trail. Along the way, they passed a number of rooms, most of them small offices, judging by the desks and personal workstations. Like the dorms on the upper levels, each had been thoroughly ravaged by gunfire. The killing spree that began on the surface had continued unabated underground, and once again the mercs hadn't been content to leave their victims where they had fallen, but for some inexplicable reason had dragged them off. It was 5 minutes later when they finally came across the source of the blood trail they'd been following. A Turian lay face down on the floor in the middle of a medium-sized room, bleeding profusely from a wound to his leg. Anderson recognized him as one of the mercs who had fled the recent battle. Approaching carefully, he knelt down beside the motionless figure to check for a pulse, but found nothing. There was only one other exit from the room, another sealed security door off to one side. "You think his buddy's inside there?" Da asked, using her assault rifle to point to the closed portal. "I doubt it," Anderson replied. "He probably knew we'd be following the blood trail. I bet he ditched this guy at one of those other branches farther back. Probably waited for us to go by, then made a mad dash back to the exit." "I hope Shea and Lee are on their toes," Da muttered. "They can handle him," Anderson assured her. "I'm more interested in what's behind this door. Probably leads to the primary research lab, O'Reilly guessed. Maybe we'll finally get some answers in there. They rolled the dead Merc out of the way. There was no sense taking the chance of someone tripping over his body if there was another firefight waiting for them beyond the door. Then, on Anderson's command, the corporal set to work overriding the security lockdown, while the lieutenant and Chief Da took position for another flash-and-clear operation. Da was the first one through this time, and once again there was nobody on the other side. Nobody alive, anyway. "Sweet Mother of Mercy," she gasped. Anderson stepped into the room and felt his stomach lurch at the gruesome spectacle before him. O'Reilly had been correct. They were standing in an enormous lab dominated by a massive central server. The only way in or out was the door they had just come through, and like the rest of the base, every piece of equipment in the room had been blasted beyond all hope of repair. But none of that was what had evoked their reactions. At least 30 corpses were strewn about the room, most piled along the walls on either side of the entrance. Their uniforms marked them as Alliance personnel, the guards and researchers killed throughout the other sections of the facility. The mystery of where all the bodies had gone was solved, though Anderson still couldn't figure out why they'd all been dragged to this single location. "Check for survivors, sir?" Da asked, her voice not holding out much hope. "Wait," Anderson said, holding up his hand to freeze his team in place. "Nobody move a muscle." "Oh, my God," O'Reilly whispered, just now recognizing what Anderson had already seen. The entire room was wired with explosives. Not simple proximity mines, but countless 10-kilo detonation charges placed strategically around the lab. For Lieutenant Anderson, all the pieces suddenly fell into place. There were enough explosives here to vaporize everything inside the room, including the bodies. That was why they'd been so carefully collected here. There'd be no way to positively ID the remains, meaning whoever betrayed Sidon would be presumed dead with all the others. They could assume a new identity and live off the profits of their crime with no chance of repercussions. A soft electronic beep made Anderson realize that finding the traitor was the least of their problems. "Timer!" O'Reilly hissed, his voice raw with fear and nerve.
Hey, Misha! How are you doing? Oh, we must put some music on, I forget. Oh. I listened to the Mass Effect audiobook. It's awesome, man. I was just listening to it while I was drawing. It's great, man. It really is. It really fucking is. So, how was the Dead Space experience? Oh, I need to rest my hand a little bit. I'm definitely gonna continue listening to that audiobook later on, or maybe in the stream tomorrow. I like the way it's written and the narrator, sorry, did a very, very good job. It has that marine soldier-ish aesthetics in his narration, and I like it. I like it. I like it. So this is some retro synthwave with the George Carpenter aesthetics. So let's see if it is. I don't sense it still. I do not sense it still. Sorry. Bum, 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 bum. How long have I been working? 4 hours and 10 minutes already, dude. I think I'm gonna end soon because my eyes are getting really tired. I think this is gonna be great, man, by the time I finish it. There comes the Carpenter colors. Well, illustration is doing well. To be honest, I'm really satisfied with the progression so far. Correct the line art here a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay, let's go back to shading. Yep, it's okay-ish now. Ej bre, ludziak. Ludziak. Oh. Oof. That's my dog. Again. Being loco. Down in Acapulco. Being loco down in Acapulco. It's okay-ish, I guess. Here we missed a little bit of color, so I'm just correcting it. No, 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 no. Whoa. No, no. 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 Okay, that's the sound of my dog after he drinks water. He doesn't know how to drink water properly, so he makes that sounds every time he drinks. Pa, 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 pa. Mislim da ti traži nešto, Dacu. Ne znam. Ljubavi? Yo, what's that sound? It's some retro synthwave in the style, made in the style of John Carpenter movies, you know. Oh, the sound. Oh, my dogs, my dogs. Oh yeah, are that your dogs? Yeah. But I bet they sound even weirder there for you because the microphone cuts them out, you know, when they like lower their voices. So you hear them like yo, on the stream they sound so weird. Yeah, they sound so weird in general when they're fighting. I mean playing. They're not fighting. That's their amusement. Okay, set this also here. Are you drawing, Matilda? Or were you procrastinating again, my friend? Procrastinate. PUBG, of course you are. Yeah, you should use like these few days left, you know, to satisfy yourself as much as possible before that bastards turn off that shit. I think soon I'm gonna finish the stylized shading. Then I can. But I think I'm gonna finish the stream after I finish the stylized shading because I'm already mega tired. And oh, I forgot something. Yeah. Okay. Because my eyes are not getting a bit tired. It's not like usual watching the monitor, you know. When you draw, you stare with more concentration and how to say, the tension in your eyes when you're looking like in pixels and everything, you know, trying to figure out the shit. And it makes your eyes wore out more easily, you know, than when you look like play a video game or watch movie. Okay, so let's do something here. I want to make this less white-ish, and this one also. Yep. Okay. I'll be right back. Just pour a glass of water. Okay. Let's see. Let's do the other upper part of this other snake. There they go again. There they are again. Actually, today I was mega concentrated and I finished shit ton of work today, to be honest. This was maybe like art-wise most productive stream so far. Even no matter if I was tired. So I guess it's one of those days when everything goes as it should be. Okay. Just one of those days when you don't want to wake up. Everything is fucked, everybody sucks. What you want to justify? Someone said no human contact. If you wish to rap, lose your control. Best place to stay away, motherfucker. It's just one of those days. It's all about he said, she said, bullshit. Nazdravlje, ljubavi moja. Nazdravlje. Oda. But the truth is, this should be like shaded part. Yep. Just make this bigger. Yeah, it should be like this, I think. And I'll just keep this cross unshaded. Yep. Yep. Yuppa, yuppa, yuppa. Bum, 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 bum. Rum, bum, bum, bum. Rum, bum, bum, bum. Now is the Perunicas. Oh, you're not painted overall. Okay, now it's much better. Okay. Guess it's okay. Bum, Okay, only this part with the heart and around the heart is left for me to paint it. You shade it. So let's see. First, let's dabble into this snake's parts. This. Okay. Do this fast since these parts are not visible so much, so I won't spend much time on them. Am I on the right side? Yes, I am. I don't want to confuse the light, the source of the main light later on. That's why I'm unzooming from moment to moment just to check if I'm on the right side. Since these sides are almost symmetrical, I can easily make a mistake of where to shade if I don't concentrate. So, okay, like this. Let's see. Okay. So all of this part will be shaded, and we'll just make like more details around that part. Nope. Okay. So what is important in this style of mine is that I actually don't dabble in the texture. This is not painting style. I tend to. I'm gonna mute myself for a second. Great. Anyway, it seems that they are a lot calmer now. So I don't dabble in the texture when I'm doing this artistic style because I want to keep how to say that the style as much as comic book like as I can, or even more cartoonish like we'll see at the end of the process, you know. And when I do something that is more leaned toward the painting style, then I dabble into the texture. But here, let's just keep colors and surfaces simple. Also because of this symbols, tone of symbols that I'm working on. This is more of a symbolic work than an actual illustration. How to say? Of course, it has like a lot of elements of illustration, but if you ask me, I don't observe this picture as illustration or hard visual symbolism. Zoom. Yeah, it's going well. We almost finished with the third milestone in this illustration process. First was, let me uncheck the others. First was line art. Second was basic colors. Third one is how to say that stylized shading, which is something that emulates the shadow, but not in the actual organic way, more in like strich or calligraphic stylized way of illustration, you know. So you have an illusion that this is a shadow, but it's actually I don't know, it's actually more of a calligraphic style of, I don't know, shading, but not the shadow itself. Later on we're gonna dabble more into soft shadow, just a little bit, because we don't want to invade like this flat style so much. We want to keep it as much as flat as we can, and we're not gonna have this black line art also. We're gonna color all the line art with the darkest part of the object that the line art is serves for, how to say. Disney had that approach. Disney never in its movies, in its old cartoons, Disney never had like dark, black line art. It always had like the darkest value of the color of the object that the line art serves. Okay, so this part has shadows because the light source is going from this side. So we also will add shadows here a little bit, here, and and just a little bit over here. And then let me just work over the details. Okay, just a little bit. Just a second. We're almost 5 hours into the stream. Holy moly. This was really a productive night for streaming. Really productive night. Okay, so let's see if I finish all the line art pieces. No, the shading pieces. Yeah, I think so. I do believe so, yes. So let's save this. Line art. Save as color. Okay. And now we merge this with the color layer. So we lose, like you see, we lose every shading part that stands outside the objects. Just let me do a double check just for 1 sec, just in case, because there is so much of how to say, elements here that is so easy for me to forget, you know. But I think we had it all. So okay, never mind. So now we're gonna. Oh, thank you, Misha. Thank you, Misha. Now we're gonna get rid of this black line art. So what we're gonna do? We're gonna take the darkest part of the tree, for example this one, and we're gonna make it more dark. We're gonna lock the pixels with this button over here, if you don't see it. We're gonna lock the pixels in the layer where the light art is, and we're gonna increase the brush, and we're gonna start painting over the entire image, because first of all, the brown color is the most dominant color. Therefore, the brown shapes are the most dominant shapes. So I'm just trying to figure out, is this gonna serve the purpose? Maybe it's too dark. Let's see. Let's light it a little bit. So if this was an original value, yeah, this will do good. Yeah. And now we are going to put one by one for entire process. For example, the next should be like this green leaves. We're gonna take the darkest color of the green leaves, and we're gonna take a darker value. And now we're painting over the line art of this. So no more black line art anywhere when we finish. We'll have all the line art that is following the color of the object, you know. And that's why I do not tend to make different types of line art. I tend to make the same brush size in every line art in the illustration, because actually line art is in this process is getting lost. It is there, and you see it on like very small scale, but it serves only as a purpose to strengthen the illustration, not to make it comic book-ish anymore. So as you see, now I paint over the leaves, and we will do this in process for every single leaf in the illustration. For this one, we will use a different line art color later on, but I just want to cover all first. You know, so you see here I didn't cover this. You see with the green. Why? Because that is where the branch is overlapping the texture of the object which represents the leaves. So that's why I need to be careful. Okay, here I want all leaf-ish. Here also. And when you make the line art with more brighter colors and with more saturated colors, therefore you are starting to see the mistakes even more in your coloring. You can see where the colors are going through the objects, and then you switch to the color layer and just repair them, you know, correct the mistakes. Like see like this here we have also, and that's unfortunately the process that we're gonna have to do on foot, because this is not how to say, this is a rasterized artwork, not the vectorized. If you draw in vectors, you won't have these problems. But I hate vectors. I hate vector brushes. I hate vector drawing. It's awful. It's disgusting. It makes your artwork more generic, but it's good for design purposes, for logos, for, you know, if you have like a channel and you want a logo and everything, that will serve the purpose. But for the very illustration, I prefer to do everything in rasters. And if I want later on, I can like draw over it in vectors in Adobe Illustrator or something. So as you can see, the entire work is starting to be pale. I want to keep it as pale, less saturated as much in this process, because later on I'm going to dabble with the contrasts, and when I do contrast filters, all of a sudden darker values will become more darker. Therefore I need to watch here not to go too much dark with the painting of the line art. I don't know if you understood, but you'll see the process, you know. Everything will be crystal clear to you by the time I finish this entire illustration. So as you can see, I'm painting over this entire part where the objects are. We also have these leaves. We need to cover them also. This is going to be boring because we have them throughout almost entire vignette, like 50% of vignette. So we also need to dabble with this. Okay, let's increase the brush size. We don't need to do like smaller objects here. So you see exactly every object that it has the line art that is colored by the same color that the very object is. So no more black line art anywhere. Whatever you do, if you're not drawing black and white, you should always avoid pure black and pure white color, no matter what you're drawing, no matter what you're painting, because those are not color, those are actually values, you know. So if you want something to be black, 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 but you're doing colored mega dark. If you want something to be mega dark and you're doing it in the colored style, just pick almost black, but never go with the full black without any color value inside and temperature inside of it. That is my suggestion. And also start brighter, as bright as you can, and move towards the darker values as you are finishing the illustration. That is especially important if you're doing traditional painting, you know, not digital, because it's much harder to correct later on. Dude, I wanted to do this tomorrow because I'm tired, but somehow I just want to keep on drawing. But I think I reached the point where it's not healthy for me to paint anymore because I'm feeling, my eyes are feeling so much tired and exposed. But maybe I'll finish just this leaves and leave it there for today. We'll see. Okay, so I managed to reach like the point where I'm getting really tired, so I'm gonna leave it for today. Tomorrow we're gonna continue with this process of line art painting. We're gonna dabble into more light shading and stylized lighted parts, also illuminated parts, how to say that. And after that we're gonna go for soft shadow and blah 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 blah. You'll see the entire process. So thank you all for watching. Thank you all who were participating. Love you all. See you guys.